Hello, Marion. Naririnig mo ba ako?
Yes, jurors, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yan. So, guys, what a great day is it to learn today, right? How about you, Marion?
Indeed, every day is a great day to learn naman, but today is a very special day.
Yes, and tama. Speaking of special days, Christmas is right around the corner. So, ikaw ba, Marion? What gift do you want to receive?
Um, I was gonna say Stray Kids album, but on
Oh.
second thoughts, maybe better governance or better yet, a deserving leader sa 2022. Pero tumatanggap rin po ako ng Stray Kids album. Ikaw ba, Juris, what gift do you want to receive?
09089 daw po. Anyways, ano naman, anything basta mapapakinabangan natin. So, yeah.
Yes, but do you know what's a great gift also? Knowledge. And today we will all be gifted with an opportunity to learn about a lot of things, most especially social issues.
Yes, that is indeed a great gift. So, everyone, I'd just like to say good morning to all of you and welcome to the first ever episode of the Youth Development Series brought to you by the Quirino Youth Initiative.
We are very grateful to all of you who are here for spending your time with us on a weekend. But first, please allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Marian Akidan from Quirino Youth Initiative.
And I am Juris U. De Leon, also from Quirino Youth Initiative, and we will be your hosts for today.
Yes, una sa lahat, let's have a roll call. To our dear participants here sa Zoom meeting, please type in the chat box the name of your school. And for those who are watching on our Facebook Live, please comment na imbag na aldaw together with the name of your school or organization.
Guys, keep those comments rolling. I could see we have a case. Wow naman. Ayan. So, nag-start na. Naimbagal daw. Our Lady of Lourdes Aglipay. Of
St.
course, we also
Mark's
have St.
School.
Mark's School.
Hello po from Quirino General High School. Yes, hello din po. Hello to Naiden from the Philippine Institute of Chemical Engineers.
And naman, we also have lots and lots of attendees. To Gia. Gia is also here. Morning from Isabela State University. Ayan. So, I guess we could see na ang rami talaga nating attendees for today. Thank you so much for attending, guys, even if it's very early. And just keep the attendance check rolling. But for now, we will also have a few reminders for you for this webinar.
So here we have webinar etiquette. So first, please remember to mute your microphone so as not to distract the speakers. You will be given time to ask the speakers some questions.
And also, guys, please raise your virtual hands if you want to be recognized, and please wait to be recognized as well. Then identify yourself and your school or organization before asking any questions.
Yes, you may also use the comment or Q&A section. However, please do observe proper etiquettes and avoid using it for unrelated matters.
And
So
lastly, we highly encourage everyone to participate in this webinar. So I'm very happy to see you guys are doing that.
yes, so to formally start the event, we'll begin with a prayer to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
To give us our welcoming room. To be followed after. Okay, so before anything else, Marion, I'd just like today, how was your wake up kanina umaga?
I actually woke up great, very great indeed today. How about you, Juris?
Okay lang rin. Kasi I usually go for cold water talaga pag naliligo ako. Pero ngayon, nag-hot water ako. Wala lang, napakalamig kasi. You could really feel the bare months na talaga.
Yes, indeed,
Um,
the weather is starting to get cold indeed.
Ayan. So how about we acknowledge lang rin all the others who or here today. We have lots from Quirino State University, no? Meron rin tayo from, yeah, Quirino State University, Cabarugis. Wow, nandito talaga. Full, I think, rami ng Quirino State University. Thank you so much. It's really a pleasure po na you're listening to this webinar and knowing na you guys are very interested.
And we also see someone who is a grade 7 student, and it's a very good thing to start learning about the social issues at a very young age. So we really appreciate your presence, Bob. Okay, so now let us all put ourselves in the presence of the Lord as we pray.
Dear God, thank you for the opportunity to meet together. Please help us to come together to make this institution reflect your kingdom. Breathe life into our ideas and decisions. Help us build a team that has love and respect at its heart. Give us the strength to continue working for your kingdom in this time of pandemic. Lord, come give us the inspiration to be the best we can be. May we be a shining example of your goodness and truth within, wherever we are. Inspire our thoughts, discussions, and ideas, and continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth for the greater glory of you. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, pero sa sinangalan, alam ng puso, sa titik ko'y bukay. Upang pinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa mandudupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatak tutok sa sibuyan, sa langit ang panggaw, ay hinatang tulakaw, sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng magawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang ituwid at araw niya kailan pang ay di magtitindig. Lumang ang araw ng warhatid pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang bigaya ng kay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
To give us our welcoming remark, let us all welcome Mr. Edwin Salonga, Country Manager of the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center and Chairperson of the SEDPI Group of Social Enterprises.
Let us all give him a warm round of virtual applause.
Okay, so guys, I would just like to say thank you so much. As of the moment, we have 33 participants in our QYI page. So, hi cuties. Thank you so much for supporting us. We also have 75 participants here in Zoom, and we also have in Vince Rapisura's page, Sir Vince page, we have 120 live viewers. So, hi guys, welcome to our youth development series. So we have Sir Edwin Salonga for the opening remarks.
Hello everyone. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, lalo na sa mga kabataan na nakikinig sa atin ngayon at makikisalamuha sa atin sa buong umaga natin na pagtatalakayan. Our objective for the day is to engage the youth so that you can become more productive both as an individual and of course socially responsible members of our society. And we are so happy today that we are joined together by our local partners here in the Philippines that are institutional partners of our organization, SEDPI. We also want to provide relevant information on sociopolitical and socioeconomic situation here in the country, as well as support youth development to the substantial issues that confront the young and the other sectors of our society. At this moment, we are also joined by our collaborators, and these collaborators would be part of our program this morning. Aside from the Social Enterprise Development Partnerships, Inc., and the Ateneo de Manila University, its Development Studies Program, mayroon po tayong mga nakalinya na speakers for today. At yung mga nakalinya nating speakers would cover mental health, journalistic activism, pati na rin ang socio-cultural issues that confront the youth here in the country. So on behalf of the Social Enterprise Development Partnerships, Inc., as well as the Ateneo de Manila University Development Studies Program, I would like to wish everyone a happy and productive day. Nawa po sa buong araw na ito na tayo ay magkakasama, marami kayong matutunan at bilang mga kabataan talagang kayo ang pag-asa ng bayan. So muli, maraming salamat at makiisa tayo sa buong araw nating programa.
Yes, thank you very much, Sir Edwin, for the welcoming remarks. Everyone, let us give Sir Edwin a warm round of virtual applause once again. Ayan, so first of all, juries, ano nga ba dapat ulit ang dapat abangan ng ating mga participants sa webinar na ito?
Well, Marion, to give a short preview about what our participants should expect in this webinar, we'll get to learn from our very special guest speakers about the issues and challenges of the Filipino youth, and also practical money management for young adults as well.
Yes, we'll also be learning more about mental health and climate crisis activism.
Tama. And indeed, we will be learning about a lot of different things concerning the youth. So, hindi ko na patatagalin pa, Marion. Let's introduce our first speaker.
Well, actually, I have already encountered our first speaker sa isang webinar. It was during the unique webinar that we watched for our NSTP course, where he discussed about Christianity within the country along with the challenges that occur with it. The broad theme of our speaker's work is religious change with respect to youth, politics, and development. He finished his PhD in sociology in 2011 at the National University of Singapore and was a postdoctoral fellow at the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Religion and Ethnic Diversity. For sure, we will all be learning a lot from him today. So, juries, I would like to ask you, what do you think are the social issues concerning the youth nowadays?
I think, Marian, there are a lot of social issues, no? One in particular would be siguro how some people use social media as a way of siguro paninira sa isang tao. Kasi to a certain extent, it could come off as cyberbullying. And lalo na siguro ngayong pandemic na one of the main things is from the switch from F to F to online setting, hindi natin maiwasan yung mga issues sa iba sa household, sa mga yung like ano yung expect sa atin compared sa face to face. So there are a lot of social issues siguro. How about you, Marian? What do you think?
Yes, I think there are a lot of social issues as well that okay, so now before we move on to the first stop, let us have a short icebreaker. It's titled Guess the Commercial. So for the mechanics of the game, so an audio of a certain commercial will be played and a clue will be given for each question. There will be 5 questions to be answered, and the aim is to identify the brand that is promoted in the commercial. So before answering, a code will be given that is needed to be sent in the chat box. The host will recognize the first one who will send the code correctly, and the host will acknowledge the participant by asking his or her name, school, and answer.
Okay. So guys, for the prizes, the first participant who sent the correct code and got the correct answer for each question will be rewarded. So please stay tuned for more details regarding the claiming of prizes.
Micronutrient deficiency, labanan natin to. Ibibay araw-araw to. Kaya natin to. Nutrient deficiency, labanan natin to.
Oh, tweet lang. Oh, that was so fast. Guys, reminder lang po na you will also have to identify yung organization you're affiliated with sa pag-answer. So, Bear Brand, then state your organization. As of now, meron po na una nagsabi, Bear Brand, tayo lang naman. Pero si Yarina Bunag, OLFSB, is the first one to properly identify. So, there's still a code. So, let's show the code, guys. Ayan. So, QYI, SEDPI. So, hindi yata siya first. QYI, SEDPI, Shopee. So guys, reminder lang
Ayan.
po na once you hear na yung sound, then nagpakita na yung missing letters, we will be showing yung code right after. So an example would be yung pag-state na answer code and then your affiliated organization. So siguro let's have a sample right here. Ayan. Ikaw ba,
We're
Mario? Let
having
me
a
ask.
bit of technical difficulties, please.
So, how about you, Mario? Let me ask you, nahulaan mo ba yun? Kasi ako hindi ko talaga nahulaan.
I think it's Shopee. I'm pretty sure it's Shopee because I'm addicted to Shopee, as we all are. Kasi sino ba namang hindi mabubudol sa sales, right, tourists?
Actually, yeah. Pero for me, kahit Shopee, I mean, paminsan-minsan, I mean, siguro hindi din lumabas yung sa una kong ano. So anyways, ayan. Yay, tama guys. Bear Brand.
Okay, so we're
Tingnan nyo,
moving
oh.
on to our first item, final na.
Tingnan nyo, oh, puti ito. Mas puti ito.
Mas puti ito, mas puti ito, mas puti ito.
Very... Ayan. So, very intriguing nga naman yung sagot.
And so may nag-send na ng code. And ang nauna is si Ate Shekinah Corrales. Okay, so let's ask her about her identity and the organization she represents.
Hello po.
Hello po. Please identify yourself po, state your name and the organization that you represent.
I'm Shekinah Corrales po. I'm part of the Quirino Youth Initiative and I'm currently studying in CST.
So, kayo po yung unang nag-answer ng code, and what do you think po is the answer to that commercial? What commercial po yun?
Pride po.
Pride is indeed correct. So, congratulations, Miss Shekinah.
Grabe, naman tablok ako doon.
I actually
Yes.
thought Ariel din siya, so.
Actually, yeah. Inisip ko ngayon commercial.
Okay, so for our next item.
Hener? Sabi ko na nga ba may number 2 ka? Akala ko fake na kayo! Manlaloko! Wanda, tama na! Huwag mo ako mawanda-wanda. Sinungaling!
Wait lang, parang naloko to.
Yan, so send in our code, guys. Yan, may nagsasend ng code. Nauna si Daphne Daluz. Hi, Daphne Daluz. Please state your name, school, and your answer.
Hi, Daphne.
Hi, Daphne.
Okay,
Daphne
so
is from
St.
St.
Teresa's
Academy.
Academy. Yes.
Yes.
So, Daphne, what's your answer? Boysen. So, let's see if Daphne's answer is correct. That is indeed Boysen. Napakatagal na actually. I mean, some few years back. So, nag-viral yung video na yan. So, ayan. So, that will be our icebreaker.
Ayan, we already have our first speaker, so I'll introduce him. So again, actually I have already encountered our first speaker nga sa isang webinar. It was during the unique webinar that we watched for our NSTP course, where he discussed about Christianity within the country along with the challenges that occur within religions. So the broad theme of our speaker's work is religious change with respect to youth, politics, and development. He finished his PhD in sociology in 2011 at the National University of Singapore and was postdoctoral fellow at the Max Planck Institute for the study of religion and ethnic diversity. So for sure, we will all be learning a lot from him today as he discusses the issues and challenges of the Filipino youth. So without further ado, let's welcome our first speaker, Director of Developmental Studies, Program of Ateneo de Manila University, Dr. Jayeel Cornelio. Let's all give him a warm round of virtual applause, please.
Hello, magandang umaga Mario and juries. Good morning sa inyong dalawa.
Good morning, sir.
Ayos. All right. Good morning everyone at good morning sa lahat. Magandang umaga sa lahat ng ating mga kabataan dito sa Quirino Youth Initiative. I know that this morning is packed, no Marion? Marami tayo mga sessions ngayon, and I know that Doc RJ is next in line. So I just want you to siguro consider the next 30 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, to be parang a journey that will make us realize certain things about young people. I'd like to share my PowerPoint, if I may, folks. Marion, Juris, can you help me with that? Activating it.
Yes, for sure,
Right.
sir.
So in the next 30 minutes, naatasan ako ng mga organizers to talk about the issues and challenges of young people sa panahon ngayon. Now, what I want to do is to focus our conversation, no, to focus on the elections and the Filipino youth, no? Nabanggit kanina ni Mario na ako ay isang sociologist, at bilang isang sociologist, interested ako sa kalagayan ng ating lipunan. And para sa mga sociologists, mga social scientists like myself, we are very much concerned, no, kung paano nagbabago ang isang lipunan, lalo na sa experiences ng mga kabataan. And in the next couple of minutes, in the next 30 minutes, tapos hopefully meron tayong open forum, in the next 30 minutes, I will be sharing with you, ano ang situation ng mga kabataan ngayon when it comes to politics, when it comes to the elections. Sige nga, before I move on, sino sa inyo naniniwala that the youth can make a difference in 2022? I want to see your comments. I want to see your sa chat. Do you believe that you can make a difference? Sabihin niyo lang kung yes, no, maybe, I'm not sure. Sabi ni Maggie, yes, no, resounding yes. Just share with me, yes po. Gia, hard yes. Juris is 100%. Okay. Shekinah, a big yes. Yes, wala bang magna-no? Walang magna-no? Walang maybe? Walang, I'm not sure. Can be. Okay. Si Mona Cherry, Libuton. Yeah. And sige, so it looks like many of you are very positive. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, bear with me, I'm going to unpack that and I'm going to challenge some of this idealism. Justin Joey, yes, okay, so here we go. Elections and the Filipino youth. I think many other people will agree with you. Halimbawa, tingnan niyo to sinabi ni spokesperson James Jimenez ng COMELEC. Sabi niya, in one of his, in an open letter to the youth, sabi niya, I challenge you and your generation to lead the way forward so that the rest of us may follow. I have no doubt that you are up to the task. You have to be. An entire nation is depending on you. So, ibig sabihin, hindi lang kayo ang naniniwala that you can make a difference in 2022, but even adults like spokesperson James Jimenez will say na actually you can't just be idealistic. You have no choice but to take up the task, and make a difference in 2022. Okay? So, nagsasabi na ganyan. May magsasabi rin naman ng mga kabataan, sabi ni JV Gamboa, with the millennial vote, yes. All right. Sige, JV, hold your horses kasi meron ako mga ipapakitang statistical data sa inyo later on. Titingnan natin kung, can we really make a difference? Kasama pa rin ako sa millennial, no? Can we really make a difference? Let's see, no? Let's see. Now, if sasabihin ng ibang mga kabataan, they would agree with James Jimenez. Look at this statement. As youths, which make up a substantial proportion of the voting, it's on your screen right now, substantial proportion of the voting population, we have a huge role to play in the upcoming election, and that is to vote for comprehensive and competitive leaders. So feeling ko, marami sa inyo would agree with this statement. Sino ang nagsabi nito? Si Jayeel Roperos, who is the president of the National Union of Students in the Philippines. At alam ko na ang aking kaibigan dito, mga kaibigan dito sa ating chat will agree, no? Si Doc RJ definitely, no, from his advocacies and given his work, on the ground. So you will agree that 2022 you will make a difference. The youth will save us. That's the resounding claim. That's the resounding claim, ladies and gentlemen. That's the resounding claim that many people make, that the youth will save us. Now, I want us, in the next 25 minutes now, I want us to ask this question: how valid is this claim? How valid is this claim? And this is where my role as a sociologist will come in. Sabi ko sa inyo, kanina, mga sociologists, interested kami sa nangyayari sa lipunan. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to present to you statistical data, and then after that, I'm going to show you voting patterns based on my own research ng mga kabataan, and then titingnan natin yung mga walk on social media. Tapos maglalanding na tayo, open forum. And I hope that you're still with me. If you're still with me, can I hear a yes? Are you still there? Are you still there? Gusto ko lang makita na active pa kayo lahat dito sa ating conversation. Still here, and I hope that you will be enjoying. Thank you so much, folks. Yeah, I can see you. All right. And if you do have, by the way, if you do have already questions or thoughts or mga ideas or mga emotions na lumalabas as I am unpacking my presentation today, share nyo na agad. Tapos gusto kong basahin. And if I could already answer some of these questions readily, I will do that. So, the youth will save us. How valid is this claim? Sabi yan ni James, sabi yan ni Jayeel, sabi yan ninyo that the youth will save us. But how valid is this claim? Let's go back in time, 2016. Many of you were much younger in 2016. In 2016, 55.7 million were registered voters, 43.7 ang bumoto talaga. Mataas ba yun? Mataas yun. Ang voter turnout ay 78%. In other countries, mas mababa sa 70% ang voter turnout. So, can we argue na sa Pilipinas politically active ang mga Pilipino? You bet. Kahit mainit in May, in summer, of course, yung mga ayaw masunog, no? Hindi sila boboto for one reason or another, they wouldn't vote. Pero majority, overwhelming majority of Filipinos would vote. Now, ang tanong, gaano kalaki ang young people in the coming elections, so 2022? It turns out that there are about 61 million registered voters now, and take a look at the disaggregated data here. Sa mga kabataang 18 to 24 years old, many of you might fall under that. Ilang taon na ba kayo sa Quirino Youth Initiative? Kayo ba ay nasa 18 to 24 or nasa 25 to 29? 18, okay, all right. 18 to 24 at 20-ish. Di ba sigurado si Jurish? Si Jurish, ayaw aminin. 20-ish, 24. Edwin, you're not 24. You are, I know you and I don't think you are 24. Right? So 18 to 24, 19.5 million na mga kabataan. Alright? So Pilipinas yan ha. At yung 25, sabi ni Doc RJ, youth pa naman. At yung 25 to 29, 9.3 million. Ilan ang nag-register sa mga segments na yan? 11.1 sa 18 to 24 at 8.8 sa 25 to 29. So mas mataas ang proportion ng mga registered voters sa 25 to 29 within their total base. So suma total, 11.1 plus 8, nasa 19.9 million ang 18 to 29. Pero yung tinatawag kasi na youth vote, ladies and gentlemen, si Jaymar ay 14. Jaymar, I hope this is useful for you. Kahit 14 years old ka pa lang, it's very important to be exposed to politics like this. Pero pag tinignan natin yung tinatawag na youth vote, yung definition natin mas malawak. It could be from 18 to 40 years old. Kapag gano'n ang tingin natin, edi mas malaki, mas marami tayo. No? Pasok pa ako doon sa 18 to 40, and there will be around 50+% of us. So kung statistics ang titingnan natin, are you with me? Kung statistics ang titingnan natin, then si Jurish, si Marion, si Doc RJ, si Maggie, si Kyra, si Edwin na 24, si Gia, si Katrina, and so forth, lahat tayo, we can make a difference kung sama-sama tayong maboto. Kasi nga, 50% tayo. Ang tanong ko lang is, so 52%. Ang tanong ko lang, but sino ba talaga ang iboboto or binoto ng mga kabataang Pilipino? I write for Rappler on a monthly basis, a thought leaders section. And noong 2019, ang ginawa ko ay Dinis-aggregate ko yung data, statistical data, survey data ng Pulse Asia sa voting preferences ng mga kabataan. Before I move on, sabi dito sa comment section, you may begin keying your questions. Meron pala tayong Q&A section dito sa ating Zoom. You may put it in there. Some of you who would like to do it privately, maybe you want to share it directly with me and I won't mention your name. Kung medyo you're that kind of person, you don't want to be publicly known, okay lang din yun. Just send it directly to me. I'm seeing some direct messages to me already. So balik tayo. So tama, 52% of young people constitute the electoral base, no? Yung mga botante. So, pwede nga mag-make a difference in 2022. Pero ang tanong, yung quality. So, noong 2019, ang ginawa ko, kinuha ko yung data ng Pulse Asia voting preferences dahil fellow ako ng Pulse Asia. Tapos sinabi ko sa kanila, okay, gusto ko makita yung disaggregated according to age. Senatorial elections yun, no? So tingin niyo sino yung mga binoto ng mga kabataan? Kung naaalala niyo yung 2019 elections. Sino yung binoto ng mga kabataan? Sasabihin ng iba would be, si Miriam, for senator, for senator ng 2019, no? Ng 2019. Ocho Derecho, alright. Gia, no? Tama, no? Ocho Derecho. Sino yung mga yan? Sina Chel Jokno, sina Samira Guto, ayan, si Mary Colmenares. Okay, so very good. Okay, are you ready? Ito ang findings ko. Number 1, Lito Lapid for 18 to 24 years old. Number 2, Grace Poe, Bongo, Bong Revilla, Villar, Pimentel, Cayetano, De La Rosa, Angara, Estrada, Binay. Nasaan sila Rojas? Nasaan sila Bam Aquino? Malayo. Pumasok pa nga si Gadon, no? Tingnan niyo naman yung 25 to 34 years old. Sinong number 1? Cynthia Villar, Lito Lapid, Cayetano, Poe, Angara, Binay, Bongo, binoto pa rin ng mga kabataan, Bong Revilla, De La Rosa, Pato De La Rosa, Marcos, at si Aimee, Ejercito, Estrada, malayo ulit si Aquino, Osmeña, malayo na si Rojas, no? How do you feel about this? I wanna hear your, I wanna see your reactions. How do you feel na so ang mga binoto pala ng mga 18 to 24 at 25 to 29 ay hindi yung mga akala natin? I want to hear your thoughts, no? Kung kaya niyong i-share sa comment section, please do that. Bakit ko to ginawa, itong data analysis na ito? Kasi active din ako sa Twitter. Not as active as Doc RJ. Doc RJ is very, very active. Pero nakikita ko sa Twitter, parang nung lalo ng 2019, kaliwat kanan, ano? Parang Chel Jokno, and we know all these people, no? Yung mga gustong manalo, no? Yung si Samira Gutok at the time was very, very famous at sa dami-dami niyang mga memes na ginagawa for her organically ng mga kabataan. So kung social media lang ang pagbabatayan ko, parang wow, yeah, young people could make a difference. Kumbaga parang the youth vote would be very different from the voting patterns of the rest of Filipinos. Pero dahil meron akong duda doon, tiningnan ko na parang, apparently, ito yung data na nakita ko. Sabi ni Nigen, bakbagan po ba sa Senado o gagawa ng batas? Shows. So, yun. See? Ano pa? Let's go back in time, 2016. Sige nga, ito, another question. Sa tingin niyo, sino ang binoto for president ng mga kabataan in 2016? Come on, put in your sa comment section. Sino ang mga binoto? Kanina nakita ko na si Miriam binoto. Sino ang mga binoto kaya ng mga kabataan in 2016? Come on. Sino ba mga tumakbo noon? Juries, Marion. Sino ba mga tumakbo in 2016?
Sir, it was Duterte po, Miriam Defensor Santiago, and then
Duterte po, Rojas, yes, Santiago. Yan, yeah, Binay. Okay. Sa tingin mo, juries, whom did the youth vote for in 2016? Just putting you on the spot somehow.
Okay, so I think po na very different ang situation natin nun. We still, di natin alam to what extent ang ibang vote, ang ibang candidates. So, I believe some would go with yung flair na nakita nila with si Miriam Defensor. Others would go for Duterte, pero it's a very case-to-case basis talaga kapag parang each university, each organization has their own, parang different botante talaga, yung vote talaga nila po.
Point juries, kami nag-mock elections kami sa Ateneo at the time. Alam mo sino nanalo sa Ateneo? Marrojas. No, talagang kakaiba ang Ateneo. No, parang hindi talaga representative ng Pilipinas. Si Marrojas ang nanalo. Pero guess, sino according sa exit polls, sa UST ba? Meron akong private message, hindi ko sasabihin kung kanino, no? Sa UST, si Bongbong Marcos daw ang nanalo na sa mock vote. Ito si Marian is parang shook na shook, okay? Right? According, nag-exit polls SWS in 2016, so after bumoto ng mga tao, sinurvey nila. It shows, tingnan nyo yung naka-highlight dyan, mga kapatid. Tingnan nyo. The survey conducted among 45,123 voters from 733 voting centers showed Duterte scoring a 33-point lead over his closest rival, Marrojas, in which age group? 18 to 24. 26 points ang lead naman niya sa 25 to 34. Ladies and gentlemen, mga kabataan, ang binoto ng maraming kabataan, ng overwhelming ng mga kabataan, ay si Duterte. 18 to 24. 25 to 39. Anong realization natin dito? Kung sa social media lang tayo aasa, we think that that we could make a difference. Pero kung titingnan natin yung datos, and I think, ako as a sociologist, ako ang tingin ko sa mga survey ay para siyang mirror na ipapakita sa inyo na walang ka-filter. Kung may pimples ka, may pimples ka. Kung may acne ka, no? Kung meron ka mga blemish, may blemish ka. It's like that. Hindi siya phone na pwede mong lagyan ng filter and then you post it on social media and then everybody thinks that you have this glass skin. It's not eh. Survey data are very useful. Kahit pa bigyan ng accusation ng mga survey companies na false Asia or bayaran, kapag maganda ang methodology, yung tinatawag na sampling design, no? Wala tayong time to talk about that. Kapag maganda yung scientific yung approach ng pagkuha ng mga respondents, the data can represent the public. So kaya useful ang mga surveys para makita natin ano ba yung realidad ngayon. Pinakita ko sa inyo, ladies and gentlemen, ang realidad noon at posibleng maging realidad pa rin in 2022. So, can the youth save us? Can the youth still make a difference? So, sa tanong ni John, sino po nagre-represent for youth para sa election? Ayan, tingnan natin yan. Ano? It's a very important question that we have for this morning. Ito pa, just to prove the point na hindi useful yung mga bobotante na yung mga ganong klaseng statements that we hear around. Tingnan ninyo yung educational attainment. Sino yung majority binoto ng mga college graduates according dun sa exit polls ng SWS? 49.2%, almost 50% ng college graduates ay si President Duterte. Sino yung binoto almost 50% ng class ABC ng mga elite, mayayaman at middle class. So marami sa atin pasok sa ABC. No? Dito sa Zoom natin ngayon, no? 45%. Sino binoto? President Duterte. So kung titingnan natin yung voting patterns nung high school lang ang natapos, tingnan nyo, mas hati pa sila. Nahati pa sila between Duterte, Rojas, at Grace po. This already calls into question yung mga statements natin na, okay, sino ba talaga dapat ang kailangan ng voter education? Usually, iniisip natin na kailangan ng voter education, di ba, yung mga mahihirap. Tingnan nyo yung patterns, no? Tingnan nyo yung patterns. Pag-usapan natin yan mamaya, tingnan natin kung ano yung mangyayari sa ating conversations, no? So alam ko, okay, bakit ko to binabanggit sa inyo? Kasi I want you to understand, ladies and gentlemen, na ito yung situation natin. I understand na marami sa atin, meron tayong mga sinusuportahang mga candidates, no? Okay, ako, Bongbong Marcos ako, Dr. Cornelio, o ako, si President Duterte ang binoto ko noong 2016, o ako si Grace po ang binoto ko noong 2016, or ako ang binoto ko ay si Binay, no? Noong 2016. At hanggang ngayon, loyal pa rin ako kay President Duterte. And is that okay? And maybe that's okay, no? Pinapakita ko lang sa atin ngayon is kailangan natin maintindihan ano yung situation ng mga kabataan ngayon. Ano yung situation natin ngayon at ano ba ang ibig sabihin pag sinasabi natin the youth can make a difference in 2022. So again, without revealing my own political biases, I am showing to you this statistical data. Okay? Good. So, the last point in the last 15 minutes that I have, will the woke save us? So, ito yung tanong. Sa social media, mga woke, no? Matanong ko lang kayo, pag sinabing woke, ano yung naiisip ninyo? Ano yung mga words na pumapasok sa inyo? Ano yung mga naiisip ninyong mga ideas, mga woke? Pag sinabing woke, bumangon, sabi ni John, activist, sabi ni Maggie, or Maggie. Ano pa? Neoliberal, sabi ni Gia. Wow. Okay. Ano pa? Ano pa yung mga ideas na sinasabing mga woke? Millennials, sabi ni John Paul. Twitter, aha. Okay. Good. So parang sa Twitter lang, no? Yan ang sinasabi mo, John Paul. Sa Twitter lang yung mga woke and then wala naman talaga sila on the ground, no? Okay. Meron pang isang comment. Sabi ni Gia, expressive on social media about their political stance. Okay. Sige. At medyo sensitive ito kasi alam ko, dito makikita natin yung division talaga. So, you know, and to be honest, makikita natin talaga yung division dito ng administration and then the opposition. Okay? Sabi ng isang article, woke Twitter, sabi niya, tingnan yung second paragraph. These personalities, binanggit nila yung mga Twitter, mga accounts niya. These personalities are saving the country from historical revisionism through viral memes, healthy discourses, and witty comebacks. Who would have thought that comedy and woke culture can be a great combination? So pag tinignan natin itong mga makikita natin sa social media, yung mga tama si Gian, o yung mga expressive about social media, yung laging galit or laging parang may opinion about the elections or about President Duterte or about Vice President Lenny. Tapos lagi silang bothered, halimbawa doon sa paglibing kay Bongbong Marcos sa libingan ng mga bayani. So maraming galit noon sa Twitter at saka sa social media. So ang tingin ng maraming mga tao at tingin ng mga social media users nito sa sarili nila ay kami yung woke. So kaya yung tanong ko, will the woke save us? Pero ang sagot ko, maybe we need to unpack what woke means. Ano na ibig sabihin ng woke? Sa isa ko pang article na sinulat, pinakita ko na may problema ako with the word woke. Bakit? Kasi may yabang eh. May yabang. Ako edukado, ikaw hindi. Ako nag-iisip, ikaw masyadong emotional. Ako, pinag-iisipan ko yung boto ko. Ikaw, hindi mo pinag-iisipan yung boto mo. Ako, hindi ko binibenta yung boto ko. Ikaw, binibenta mo, bobotante ka. Diba? Ako, nagdidebate kami ng mga kaibigan ko kung ano yung mga tamang mga policies, no? Si Maggie, agree siya dito. No? Pinagdidebatehan namin kung ano yung mga dapat pag-usapan at therefore kung sino yung iboto. Kayo, bigyan lang kayo ng pera, okay na kayo. Bobo. Woke versus bobo. Unfortunately, that's a mistake for one or two reasons. no? For one or two reasons, no? For one or two reasons. Takita ko sa inyo. Ayon sa research ng aking mga kaibigan na mga psychologists, no? Vote buying, merong isang comment dito nakita ko. Ayon sa isang research ng aking mga kaibigan, mga psychologists, mga political psychologists sa Ateneo, ang ginawa nila, inanalyze nila yung social media use patterns ng mga pro-administration at anti-administration. Okay? Mahaba yung research nila pero I'm going to summarize it. Hopefully, I can summarize it. Pinakita nila na itong different factions na ito, pro-Duterte and anti-Duterte, magkaiba. Yung pro-Duterte, yung mga Twitter accounts nila or yung mga, ngayon, they're already on TikTok and IG and definitely on Facebook, they don't use English, vernacular, no? Filipino, Taglish, Cebuano, dialects and other languages, no? Tapos emotional, galit, no? Galit. Tapos very specific yung mga issues. Nasa na ang Yolanda funds, no? Aanhin namin ng human rights kung hindi naman kami safe sa aming mga community, etc. Very concrete, very emotional, usually very passionate, no? Impassioned, galit. Tapos Filipino vernacular. Yung kabilang faction, ito yung mga opposition, yung anti, yung critical. Siguro ito yung mga woke. English speaking, tapos logical, tapos abstract ideas. Human rights, democracy, press freedom, human dignity. May conversation ba silang dalawa? Wala. And every time na merong conversation, away. So even if this group might believe that they are intelligent, they're smart, they're thinking voters, yung ideas nila do not penetrate this other group. At ito namang grupo na to, their ideas are dismissed as bobo by the other group. And they're all young people. And they're all, kasi social media, di ba? Karamihan mga kabataan. So bakit natin ito pinag-uusapan, Dr. J, or Sir Kuya J? Bakit natin ito pinag-uusapan? Kasi baka ito yung time na, thanks Nigel for saying this. Madami pa rin po kasi ang nangi-smart shame. Yeah, totoo yun. May yabang kasi may yabang. So ano yung, kunyari ikaw yung isipin mo na lang, no? So, kung paano kung ikaw yung smart shame, no? Di ba sa klase pa nga lang natin, kapag ayaw pa rin tayong, pag sinabihan tayong bobo, mas lalo tayong parang nanggagalit, no? Parang, o di ikaw nang maraming alam, di ba? Mas marami, ganun pa yung magiging reaction mo, di ba? O di ikaw na yung matalino, o di ikaw na, sa'yo na lahat, di ba? So, walang proper conversations. And this is why in social media, I used to be very optimistic about social media, but now that I am seeing all these studies about disinformation, misinformation, at saka yung factions na sinamarize ko sa inyo just now, medyo mahirap nang maging positive about social media right now. Mga ayaw maitama, sabi ng isang comment natin. Eh di ikaw na lang magpresidente, charot. Kaya tingnan nyo, ang sabi ng isang napakatalinong philosopher of our time na ang pangalan ay Daniel Padilla, kung bakit daw hindi siya aktibo sa social media, ang sagot niya, maraming tao na naninirahan na realidad ay ang social media. Kaya hindi siya active sa Twitter, hindi siya active sa social media. There seems to be wisdom, coming from the words of Daniel Padilla. Si Nigel, meron din siyang insight. Kapag mas matanda, mas madaming nalalaman. This is not always true. Nakikita ko rin yan, lalo na sa Facebook, no? Kasi sa Facebook, andun yung andun yung mga tito at tita, di ba? Na parang, pinanganak ka na ba nung martial law? Hindi mo alam kung pinagsasabi mo. No? And then, so merong generational angle pa pala yung pagiging woke, no? Yung pagiging matalino. Sabi ng isang nag-message sa akin, wala na daw gustong makinig. Because social media is no longer a space for conversation conversation. It is a space for emotions. And when emotions are get in the way, no, tataas ka na agad ng boses, no? Magka-caps lock ka na agad, no? Magmimim ka na agad. Then ano yung nangyayari? No? Galit, no? Maggalit ka na, right? And then mas lalong napopolarize. Tingnan niyo yung style ng mga trolls. Yung mga trolls naman, they're not there to engage. They're there to enrage. Not to engage, but to enrage. Okay? Ikaw na madaming alam. Oo na, dami nag-aaway sa Facebook ko. Kaya marami sa atin, di ba, ayaw na sa Facebook. Ako actually, nag-upload na ako sa Facebook. Tapos wala na, hindi na ako sumasagot ng mga pag may nagtatanong sa akin. Sabi ni Marco, sabi ni Lolo at Lola, who? So, therefore, in the last 3 minutes that I have, mga kabataan and Quirino Youth Initiative, this is my humble appeal to you. There's no youth vote. There's no one youth vote. Let's be realistic. Ang sagot ko ay ito, as you see on your screen right now, we are a fragmented generation. Fragmented youth. We need to recognize this reality if we wish to harness the potential of the youth in shaping contemporary politics. Tama yung sinabi ni Juris kanina eh. Depende kung nasaan ka. Kung nasang school ka, nasa university ka, kung anong trabaho meron ka, anong pamilyang pinanggalingan mo, anong region ka nang galing. No? Sa research din, predictive ang region. Kung galing ka sa isang, kunwari Ilocos, meron ka certain candidates na iboboto. Kung galing ka sa Bicol, may certain candidates ka talaga na iboboto. Kung Bisaya speaking ka, Cebuano speaking, mas may tendency ka na iboto ang certain candidates. So, doon pala makikita na natin yung mga fragmentations, di ba? Yung pagkakawatak-watak ng mga kabataan. So, there is no one youth vote. Pangalawang realization ko habang ginagawa ko tong presentation na ito, being woke is a double-edged sword. Socially conscious, oo, pero elitista. Pag may yabang tayo, we don't communicate. No? Baka, in the words of some of my friends na nakikita ko dito sa chat, no? Baka kailangan ng himas. No? Baka kailangan extend an olive branch. Baka kailangan malaya at respectful na conversation. Hindi away, hindi debate. In fact, kung ako tatanungin, hindi ako agree sa mga debate during the elections. Kasi mas may lalim ang one-on-one conversations. Debate is, di ba sa kultura pa natin, kailang sino yung pinakamagaling mag-Ingles, akala natin yun yung pinakamatalino. Not always true. Not true at all. And finally, gusto ko rin itanong sa inyo, to whom are we referring when we say Filipino youth? No? Gaya ng nabanggit ko na kanina, education, sabi nabanggit ni Juris kanina yon, yung class natin, yung employment natin, yung regionalism natin, they all divide us. Marami dito sa mga shinare ko ngayon ay nandito sa librong aking inedit last year. Lumabas ito sa librong Rethinking Filipino Millennials. I'm just flashing it there. Some of you who are interested in it might want to get a copy. So maybe, sa pagtatapos ko, in my last 30 seconds, sa pagtatapos ko, baka naman ang kailangan natin ay hindi youth vote, kundi, bear with me, intergenerational justice. Ibig sabihin, yung mga kabataan, magtanong tayo sa mga matatanda. Let's ask them tough questions. Yung mga matatanda, hayaan din nilang turuan tayo, no? Tanungin din tayo, magkaroon tayo ng conversations. Bakit? Kasi yung konsepto ng intergenerational justice, sinasabi niya na parang we are responsible for one another. Yung mga matatanda, may responsibilidad sila na yung mga kabataan will benefit from economic growth, economic development, political development. Tayo ng mga matatanda, mga mas bata, may responsibilidad tayo to, on one hand, learn from our elderly, but also to challenge them. No? Yung mga mistakes nila, bakit kabataan ang sumasalo? No? Bakit laging kabataan ang pag-asa ng bayan? Pero hindi ba natin dapat tanungin din ang mga matatanda, ano yung ginawa ninyo? Bakit nyo hinayaan yung mga pagkakamali ng panahon ninyo ay magpatuloy sa panahon namin ngayon? Tapos ang magsosolve ng problema, kami? Parang mali, di ba? Unjust. Kaya ang gusto kong itulak sa atin sa umagang ito, intergenerational justice. Sabi ni Jan, tama. Sabi ni Glenn, collaborative discussion between generations, tama. Sabi ng isang private comment sa akin, I think importante rin for the adults to recognize that they still have some agency in influencing the current situation. Di lahat ay nakaasa sa mga kabataan to do the heavy lifting. Amen and amen. Kaya para sa akin, sa panahon ng election, itaas natin yung mga kamay natin at magtanong tayo sa mga kandidato. Gusto kong tanongin ng hard question si VP Lenny, pero gusto ko rin tanongin ng hard question si Bongo Marcos, or si Bongo, or yung mga senatorial candidates. Hindi ako magsusuot lang ng pink or ng red or ng kung anong kulay just because I love them. Pero may responsibilidad ako to ask them tough questions. Bakit? They will make decisions that will affect my generation and your generation. Okay? Maraming salamat sa inyong panahon at ito ang aking mga contact details just in case you're interested in reaching out. Maraming salamat. Back to you, Marion and Julius.
So once again, guys, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Cornelio for that insightful talk. So for everyone na hindi informed, Dr. Jayeel is a National Scientist Awardee for Sociology. So you could really see your insights in Dr. Jay and how the points were communicated in a brief manner, no? So indeed, we can generalize the view of the people sa mga nakita natin sa social media. As a poll concludes nga, isa lang tong minority or a part of the whole view na dapat tinitignan natin. Pero as well as yung what we could do about it in the current situation. And so guys, did you enjoy Dr. Cornelio's talk? So please show a thumbs up or a heart reaction if you did in the comments below. Thank you so much for Dr. Jayeel.
And the talk was indeed very informative and enjoyable as well. So we'll now proceed to the question and answer part with Dr. Jayeel Cornelio.
Sure. May mga tanong ba kayo, Marion, juries, ang ating mga kasama?
Now po, we will now call on our panelists for this talk, Maggie and Kay. Maggie and Kay, please introduce yourselves before asking your question.
Okay, so hi po, my name is Christine Gimangawil from Quirino Youth Initiative. So QYI po, or Quirino Youth Initiative, is an organization based here on our province, Quirino. It is a youth-led organization founded on the premise of informing the youth on the socio-political landscape of the province and the whole country. So question ko po is, so sir, you mentioned that the youth vote cannot really be generalized for the whole youth. What do you think shall happen, or shall we do to represent the youth vote as one, or make them unite as one? Perhaps can we say that that's the ideal goal, and does that mean that there's a weakness in terms of reaching out to the other youth in the form of voters' education, knowing that voters' education is only oftentimes given to selected universities in cities like Manila? Yan lang po.
Okay, before I answer, sasagot na ba ako, Kay? O sasagot na ba ako, Kay? O
Yes po.
Okay ka lang ba, Kay? Okay ka lang? Okay. Good morning, Kay. Kay, sasagot na ba ako? O sasagot na ba ako? Ako? Napahiya natin si Kay. Okay. Kay, ikaw ba naniniwala ka sa youth vote?
Yung sa data po nung last election, hindi po. Kasi may mga hati-hati pong votes, gano'n.
Yeah. Pero gusto mo?
Opo.
Gusto mo magkaroon ng youth vote? Yun. Sige. Ang tanong mo rin sa akin kung gusto ko rin ng youth vote, di ba? At kung meron tayong magagawa. Di ba? Tama, okay? Yun din ang gusto mong itanong? Okay. Sige, Kay. Kay, napakaganda ng tanong mo at salamat for mentioning na karaniwan yung mga conversations natin tungkol sa mga kabataan, umiikot dito sa mga kabataan sa Maynila. Actually, naiinis ako kapag puro kabataang Maynila lang ang naririnig. Kaya natutuwa ako sa mga ginagawa nila Doc RJ. Nakikita ko kasi yung mga Facebook posts nila Doc RJ, who's our next speaker, na parang lagi, ngayon andun siya sa probinsyang ito, andun sa kabilang probinsya. Kaya ako rin nag-yes dito sa invitation ng Quirino Youth Initiative kasi parang, okay, finally, I can get out of my Manila comfort zone. I don't think, okay, here's my realistic answer. I do not think that we can aim for a youth vote, for a solid youth vote. We cannot. But we can aim for a deliberative vote. Okay? Ako, deliberative, anong ibig sabihin nun, Kuya Jay, no? Deliberative, ibig sabihin, pinag-usapan, tinalakay. Diba? Pinag-isipan is another thing, pero at least pinag-usapan. No? Pinag-usapan. Siguro yun yung hangarin natin, no? Okay? Yun yung hangarin nating lahat ng mga kabataan na pag-usapan sa hapagkainan, no? Sa pag nagla-lunch tayo or nagdi-dinner tayo with the family or our cousins, no? Kahit pa galit na galit tayo dun sa mga gustong iboto ng mga magulang natin, pag-usapan. Pag-usapan ng mga pinsan natin, alam natin yung mga pinsan natin ay iba ang kulay na gustong isuot. Kahit inis na inis ka na at kahit bubong-bubo ka na sa kanila, pero sige, parang mag-yoga ka muna at magme-meditate ka muna bago sila kausapin kasi naniniwala ka na kailangan tayong maging deliberative. Pinag-uusapan. Pag hindi natin pinag-uusapan ng mga bagay na ito ngayong elections, ano yung pag-uusapan natin after the elections? Kaya tingnan nyo, in the past 6 years, wala tayong masyadong malalim na conversations about policies. Laging pro-Duterte or anti-Duterte. Hindi natin napag-usapan yung mga usapin na kailangan matalakay. Diba? Laging, ngayon, ganun ulit ang nangyayari. Personality. And I have a problem with that. Sa tingin ko, instead na aiming for a solid youth vote, which will never happen, let's aim for a deliberative youth vote. Yung nag-uusapan. So kayo sa Quirino Youth Initiative, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you, Kay, for that question.
I guess turn ko na po. Again, good morning po, sir. I am Majirin po from the Quirino Youth Initiative. We discussed nga po about the topic about the election and the Filipino youth, wherein even with the presence of the social media and the availability na po ng different information on the internet, lalo na po ngayon na we're really exposed in this information, especially na nasa loob lang tayo ng bahay and halos lahat tayo is kaharap lang natin yung mga devices natin, is marami pa rin pong hindi informed talaga sa backgrounds ng different candidates. Marami pa rin naniniwala sa mga misinformation. Kaya madalas po ay nag-end up na magkakaiba yung views other than may pro dito sa certain candidate, merong pro sa certain opposition, and some are really undecided. Kaya dito nga po papasok yung mga nag-aaway na talagang hindi natin napipigilan. And even dito po sa Quirino ay when we had a survey ay maraming tao po yung sa in-invite po namin na mag-answer ng survey ay marami po talagang undecided or sadyang, alam niyo po yun, na-impluwensyahan na lang ng election preferences ng kanilang environment or ng kanilang family or sadyang they're apolitical. Kaya yung question ko lang po talaga is, sa tingin niyo po ba is ano po talaga yung nagiging pinaka-root minsan ng kawalang pake or pagiging apolitical ng other people, specifically sa youth po. Kaya they're trying na lang lagi na to go with the flow ng mga tao na nasa paligid nila.
Maggie ba or Maggie?
Maggie po, Maggie.
Maggie. Okay. Maggie, ikaw, bakit may pakialam ka?
Kasi may pakialam po ako sa bansa and sa future ko po and the other generations na susunod pa po sa akin. And nakita ko na rin po kasi kung ano yung naging epekto ng mga naging past, kumbaga governance, na wherein tayo po yung nagsasuffer sa kung ano po yung mga naging decision nila. Ayun po.
Bakit yung mga kaibigan mo hindi ganyan?
Ayun nga po medyo I'm still asking that in the back of my mind. Hindi ko po alam kung nasa privilege po ba yun. Kasi ano naman some are really literate naman po, na nakakapag-aral naman po sila and they are really in a family na merong magandang educational background. So I'm really not sure kung ano po ba yung nagiging root cause kasi talagang ano po hindi ko po alam.
Alam mo, Margie, maraming, may mga sagot ang mga sociologists, no? Pagdating sa tanong na yan, ang tawag kasi dapat dyan ay political apathy, ano?
Yes.
Or parang political disengagement, no? Wala tayong time to discuss all these concepts, pero ang gusto ko lang sabihin ay maraming mga kabataan ay may pakialam pa rin. Marami pa rin kabataan na may pakialam. Tingnan naman natin yung voter turnout, di ba? Tingnan mo yung voter registration. Malaki pa rin, di ba? Dun sa 18 to 24 at 25 to 39. So, it is still a voting sector, no? Ibang-iba yan sa ibang mga bansa na wala talagang KEBS, no? Ang mga tao, no? So laking pasasalamat, no? Na aktibo pa rin ang mga kabataan. Ang problema lang, yung mga nakikita mo, no? Parang, bakit pinag-uusapan nila artista at hindi yung kasi the Big Brother pinag-uusapan nila, pero yung elections next year parang walang issue. Precisely because, Margie, and this is one of my own assessments, kasi feeling yan maraming kabataan, sasali ako dyan, may makikinig ba? Boboto ako, will it make a difference?
Yes.
Mapapagod lang ako. Ba? Kaya nga ako nag-aaral para ilabas ko yung pamilya ko mula sa kahirapan. Ayoko ng gulo. Kita mo? It's very, hindi selfish, pero powerless. Powerless. Boboto, sasabi, gusto mo ako tumakbo sa election, sino ang kalabanin ko? Political dynasty. Boboto ako, pero ang mananalo naman parati yung kung sino naman nananalo na for the past 20 years or 30 years. Kaya mo, Maggie? Ang tawag doon, sa mga sinulat ko, sa research ko, ang tawag ko doon ay political disillusionment. Disillusion. Diba, Maggie? Disillusion. So siguro doon natin simulan. Ikaw, passionate ka, and Maggie, panalangin ko na magiging passionate ka hanggang tumanda ka at maging kaedad mo na si Kuya Edwin at si Kuya. Okay? Alright? Hanggang umabot ka sa panahon ngayon at saka sa pagtanda mo. Pero maraming mga kabataan ngayon, wala sa ganun wala pang yung first step. Kasi disillusion din. Disillusion. Diba? Siguro, yun yung kailangan nating tingnan. No? At paano natin maaabot yung mga disillusion? Paano natin sila matutulungang ma-realize na actually, your vote matters. Pero kaya rin binanggit ko kanina, deliberative youth vote. Mag-usap tayo. I-challenge natin, Maggie, yung mga teachers natin, pag-usapan ang politika sa klase. Pag-usapan ng elections. Kasi marami mga teachers, diba, ayaw nilang pag-usapan. Kasi dapat... Ayaw
po nilang nai-involve.
Oo, see? Pero kung itataas natin ang kamay natin, pero ma'am, sir, diba? It takes one person to do that and then you will change the course of the conversation. Sana nasagot ko yung tanong mo, Maggie.
Of course po. Thank you very much, sir.
Salamat din. Salamat. Juries, Marion, do we have questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much to our panelists. Now, from our participants naman and the teachers who are present, please raise your virtual hand or type in your questions if you have a question for Dr. Jayeel.
Yeah, so anybody po can...
We have questions sa chat. Pwede mo bang basahin yun, juries? Marco.
Sige po. So we have a question from Gia Martin. Sir, how can we correct daw po the woke culture given that it is also counterproductive and oftentimes segregates other youth? Like, should we also call out our fellow woke youth po?
Grabe, Gia, this is such an important question. Should we also call out our fellow woke youth? May call out kasi na na broadcast, diba? sa Twitter, no? Bino-broadcast. Kung kilala mo yung tao personally, send a private message. Kasi meron pa rin tayong konsepto sa Filipino psyche na na shame. Kaya pag kinall out mo isang tao, pinapahiya mo siya. At kapag pinahiya mo siya, mas magiging defensive siya. No? Meron tayong konsepto ng hiya, di ba? Hiya, walang hiya, kahihiyan. No? meron tayong ganong idea. Lalo na sa mga Tagalog, malakas yan dito sa Luzon, yung shame. Tanong lang is parang tulungan natin parang, so privately, parang kung kaya mo namang sabihan, baka hindi naman maganda na maging mayabang tayo in public. Or kaya, kung public Twitter yan, pwede kang mag-respond na sabihan mo lang na parang, I don't think it is correct to call people who disagree with our position as bobotante, right? Or I don't think it is correct for us to demonize. Napansin ko yan, mga kapatid, no? Mga kabataan, napansin ko yan, dinidemonize natin yung mga, kunwari ako, for example, nakikita ko yung mga sumusuporta kay Bongbong Marcos, nakikita ko yung comments sa mga tao sa kanila, demonyo ka, demonyo ka, demonyo ka, masama ugali mo. Wait a minute. Ganun agad? Demonize agad? Demonize agad? Kahit hindi ako agree sa political choice na yun, kailangan kong maging patient at maunawaan saan ba galing at bakit siya nakukumaling sa isang kandidatong katulad ni Bongbong, Isko, Ping, or whoever it might be. No. Call out if you may, if you can, but do it in a very deliberative way. No, wag yung conversation ender na agad. Thank you, Gia. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, so thank you so much po. Now, lastly, siguro po, may we call on the SK Federation President, Sir Juan Victor Gamboa. No po.
Hello po. Can you...
Sir?
Naririnig po ba?
Yes, malinaw, sir. Malinaw.
Sir, first of all, this is not a political statement. Okay. Being one of the youth that is early engaged in politics, I have seen the effects or the dark side of politics at an early age. So, as a sociologist, sir, how can we, or do you suggest any activities or approaches on how are we going to deal with on educating the youth for in this upcoming election, sir? Other than this kind of webinar series, sir, how can we educate other youth?
Pag sinabing, Sir JB ba? Sir JB, is that how I should call you? I know that you're SK, no? Pag sinabi bang educate, what exactly do you have in mind? To convert them? Ganun ba yun? Or to...
No, sir. For them to be well informed, for them to know which is the better candidate for the Philippines. Kasi I have been following Leloy Claudio. Yes, for some time now, and I have watched his vlog on YouTube and follow him on social media, and I have kind of attached on what's his ideas. So, ano pa po yung mga pwede nyong i-suggest, especially on Sangguniang Kabataan, kasi we have funds po on activities.
That's a great question. Leloy and I are good friends, and sometimes we agree to disagree. You know, JV, SK is a very powerful institution kahit pa hindi masyadong popular. Kasi may network kayo eh. Sa akin, okay, I know we're running out of time. There's no shortcut, JV, and to all our friends dito sa Quirino Youth Initiative, there's no shortcut. We need to encourage conversations. Yung mga webinars na ganito, pansinin mo, JV, yung format. There's a speaker, and then we open forum. Laging may expert, tapos merong open forum. Okay yon, but it's not good enough for me. Para sa akin, what you can do sa SK, may tanong din ano, local communities ay local communities sa local scale, may tanong si Nigel. Ganun eh. Sa local communities, anahin natin, pwede ba tayong magkaroon ng mga, I mean, with social distancing of course, mag-gather tayo na parang, okay, different opinions, hindi voter education, JB, kundi parang pag-usapan natin ano yung mga usapin at mga issues na mahahalaga sa mga kabataan natin ngayon. Ano yung, bakit mo gustong iboto itong candidate na ito? Ano yung mga hinahanap mo? JB, the truth be told, you will see that young people are actually thinking at the back of their minds, no? At the back of their heads, that they have their own choices. Hindi lang nila sinasabi publicly, pero alam nila na gusto nilang, meron silang hinahanap. Pag sinurvey ang mga Pilipino, JB, ang sasabihin ng mga Pilipino kung ano yung mga katangiang hinahanap nila sa isang kandidato na pagkakatiwalaan, may integridad at para sa mahirap. Mapagkakatiwalaan, may integridad at para sa mahirap. So kung gano'n yung criteria nila, doon natin simulan yung voter education. Minsan kasi yung voter education parang, okay, there are 5 criteria na pagdating sa pagpili ng isang mabuting, matalinong kandidato. No? Tapos, agree ba kayo or disagree? Di ba? Parang masyadong download. Pero doon sa isang deliberative format, hindi bottom-up approach. Conversations, JB. Conversations. Ngayon, aabot ba sa punto na magko-conclude kayo na, okay, ito na yung kandidatong iboboto natin. Pwedeng oo, pwedeng hindi. Pero at the very least, nagkaroon tayo ng conversation. Hindi away. For a change, hindi away. And that to me is an achievement. Sana magawa natin yung JB at kung meron ako may tutulong, sabi ka na. Kulitin din natin si Elaloy. No? Sabihan natin siya. Salamat, JB.
Ayan. So thank you very much to our SK Federation President. For now po, let us thank all of our panelists as well as yung mga those who said their opinions and questions. Again, thank you, Dr. Jayeel Cornelio, for sharing with us your knowledge on the issues and challenges of the Filipino youth. And as a token of our appreciation, we present to you this certificate of appreciation. So, Marian?
Yes, let me read what is your mid certificate. So, first, SEDPI and QYI Youth Development Webinar, Youth Development Series. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Dr. Jayeel Cornelio, guest speaker, for imparting his valuable insights and inspirations to the young community members across Quirino and students under the Diocese of Bayambong Educational System during the webinar project entitled Youth Development Series, held on November 27, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. to 12 noon via Zoom Cloud Meeting and Facebook Live, given this day, November 27, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. to 12 noon. Signed, Gia Carla Martin, Externals Committee Member, Quirino Youth Initiative. Signed, John Millicent G. Blando, the visual artist, member of Quirino Youth Initiative. And so thank you very much, Sir Jayeel.
Thank you so very much po. Okay.
So I would like to make a quick announcement po sana. Meron pong, apparently there's a brownout ngayon in some parts of Nueva Vizcaya and they cannot join us. So I would just like to tell them that they can watch this webinar after the live stream. So, but please continue to comment the school where they belong po. So we now move on to our next guest speaker.
Okay, so the pandemic has indeed taken a toll on our mental health, and we need to find healthy ways in order to deal and cope with it. In this second talk, our dear guest speaker, Dr. Raymond and John Nugget, President of Youth for Mental Health Coalition, will grace us with his knowledge and expertise on how to take care of our mental health. Dr. RJ Nugget is also the chairperson of Akbayan Youth and second nominee of Akbayan Party List. Let us give a warm round of virtual applause for our second guest speaker, Dr. RJ Nugget. Oh, and before anything else, may we have a picture taking po muna, Dr. Jayeel. Okay, so while we're waiting for that, can we move on po to our next speaker, Dr. RJ Nagit?
Hello everyone, magandang araw sa lahat. I'm Dr. RJ Nagit from the Youth for Mental Health Coalition as well as Akbayan Party List. So kanina si Dr. Jayeel already gave us a very comprehensive discussion at ang sarap makinig, no, at sarap ring magdagdag ng mga punto via the chat. So I'm really excited dito sa magiging usapin natin ngayon kasi lalo na napapalapit yung 2022 elections. I know marami sa atin yung nakararanas ng some level of emotional distress. And sometimes, yung mga stress na ito ay nanggagaling rin dahil doon sa mga dagdag na mga concerns, no, ngayong pandemya. So ngayong araw, pag-uusapan natin yung usapin patungkol sa ating kalusugang pangkaisipan at kung paano natin ito mapoprotektahan, no, despite the very challenging situation. Now, I'd like to start this conversation by asking you, no, kumusta ba kayo? How often do you feel emotional distress, no? So, kung 10 kayo, yan yung araw-araw na nararanasan niyo siya. 1 yung hindi masyado. Sige, you can type it on the chat. So, 10 yung pinaka mataas. Palagi yung nararanasan yung stress. 1 yung hindi masyado. Sige. So, tignan natin kung ano yung level of stress na kinaharap ninyo. Okay? May nagsabi ng 9. Sige. May 5, 6. Hala, si Maggie, 11. Anong ginagawa nila sa inyo sa UST? Okay. May 7, 8. Okay? So may 5 rin, no? So as you can see from the chat, no, medyo parang madalas yung feeling of stress, no, at emotional distress that you experience at a day-to-day basis. So, next question is, kung kanina napag-usapan natin yung frequency of distress, ngayon, tanungin ko naman kayo, how intense are those feelings? Gaano kalala ba yung feelings na yon? Sige, 10 ulit yung pinaka-intense, no? Sobrang taas ng distress. 1 yung hindi masyado. Okay, 8. si Jayeel is also participating. Si Gia is 11. Okay? May mga 7, 10. Alright? So mukhang kanina nakakita pa ako ng mga 5, no, dun sa frequency, pero pag pinag-usapan na natin yung intensity of the distress, parang mas mataas siya, no? May mga 9, may mga 8, may mga lumampas pa 11, no? Alright. And then of course ngayon, no, pag-usapan naman natin kasi pag sinabi nating mental health, hindi natin ito mahihiwalay dun sa mga day-to-day experiences natin, no? So ngayon, tanungin ko kayo, ano kaya yung mga causes of distress, no? Kanina may mga na-mention na sa first session. Ayan, so may mga from our Facebook, no, nag-participate rin sila. Okay, so ano kaya yung nagko-cause sa inyo ng distress as young people? Kasi makakatulong rin ito para malaman natin ano kaya yung mga ways para maprotektahan natin yung ating sarili. Sige, may mga ACADS, no? Sige. Pag ACADS, syempre nandiyan yung online classes. Some of you might be challenged with modular classes, no? Isa yan sa mga ginagawa rin ngayon. Ano pa ba? Pandemic, di ba? So mamaya pag-uusapan natin yung iba't ibang mga psychological aspects of the pandemic. May org work rin. So may mga BS org pala dito. I remember nung nasa med school pa ako, isa rin to sa mga both source of stress as well as fulfillment rin, no? Academic requirements, no? And sometimes it's about how the online classes are designed, di ba? And minsan, ito rin ay nag-uugat sa mga family problems, no? So yung mga instances, no, na minsan yung homes natin are not always our safe spaces, 'di ba? So minsan na-invalidate yung mga feelings natin bilang mga kabataan, 'di ba? At may mga humahabol pang mga 3, no? Okay, sige. So you can continue typing it on the chat kung ano yung mga dagdag pa ninyong mga stressors. Pero gusto ko lang talaga i-highlight dito na pag pinag-usapan natin yung mental health, hindi siya malayo, no, dun sa direct experiences natin. And most of the challenges that we face in terms of emotions are related doon sa mga aspects outside of our own control, no? So isa yan sa mga nagko-cause ng distress. Now, during the pandemic, no, ang daming mga nawala sa atin. May mga situations that are very uncertain, no? So hindi natin alam kung kailan na ba talaga bababa yung mga cases. Ngayon medyo maganda yung mga numbers natin when it comes to COVID-19, pero hindi natin sure. Recently, 'di ba, merong lumabas na balita na meron ng bagong variant, no, na sinasabi nila na mas mataas yung transmission and mas mataas yung chance of immune escape. So ibig sabihin kung ano yung mga vaccines natin na meron ngayon, baka hindi na sila maging as effective, no, as compared to yung mga dating mga variants. And we don't know, no, kung kailan talaga matatapos yung online class. Ako rin nag-online class ako right now, and alam ko very challenging talaga yung setup na yon. And we also know that with the COVID-19 pandemic, there are a lot of loss that we experience. No? Maraming nawala sa atin. Yung ilan sa atin nawalan ng mahal sa buhay, no, ngayong pandemya. Yung ilan sa atin nawalan ng opportunities, no. So siguro may mga first year, second year na mga college students dito, hindi niyo na-experience yung face-to-face na graduation, 'di ba? Or yung mga nagsimula pa lang ng college or nagsimula ng senior high school, baka yung mga classmates niyo hindi niyo pa sila na-meet in person, 'di ba? So yung mga ganung mga loss are actually of course nagko-contribute rin sila to some level of emotional distress. And may mga bagay rin sa atin na tinatawag nating ambiguous loss, no? So ito yung mga situations where hindi mo sure kung nandiyan pa ba yung isang bagay or nawala na siya, or kung sa tingin mo nawala siya, hindi mo alam kung babalik pa, no? So ito yung mga loss na walang closure, no? So at minsan mas mahirap i-accept, no, yun, no, yung mga nawala pero walang closure. Ayan. So ano na lang, pasintabi na lang sa mga natatamaan sa mga hindi pa nabibigyan ng closure lalo na ngayong pandemya. At syempre, yung mga adjustments, no, to the new normal. So with the work from home and the online classes, minsan hindi na natin napapansin yung mga boundaries natin between work and rest, no? At minsan nandun rin yung general idea na parang kailangan natin constantly maging productive, no? So baka si Doc Jayeel can also expound on that in future sessions. Pero parang ganun yung ano sa atin, no? Parang condition sa atin that you're only worthy if you're productive, no? So yun yung mga kailangan nating pag-isipan. And of course, yung mga post-infection neurological effects, no, of COVID-19. So ngayon pinag-aaralan pa ito, pero we know that when we talk about COVID-19, may possible neurological effects ito. So some of us might be experiencing brain fog. Yung ilan sa mga patients ko nakakaranas ng depressive symptoms after they've been exposed to COVID-19. At yung ilan meron pang mga psychotic na episodes, no? Meron silang mga nakikita or naririnig. Pero usually nagre-recover naman sila. And despite the very high demands in terms of mental health, nandun pa rin yung mga barriers in terms of accessing services, no? So syempre, dagdag na dyan yung stigma, nandiyan yung geographical inaccessibility, malayo, no, yung mga kung saan ka pwedeng magpatingin sa psychiatrist, psychologist, at ngayon, 'di ba, online na lang halos yung mga pagbibigay ng mga services. At minsan, yung inaccessibility comes in the form of economic inaccessibility, no? Merong mga services pero mahal naman sila, no? So hindi rin natin sila na ma-maximize. On this slide, gusto ko lang talaga i-stretch yung understanding natin about mental health, no? Kasi usually, laging negative yung ating pananaw when we talk about mental health. Pero gusto ko lang rin i-emphasize dito na dapat pag-usapan rin natin yung konsepto ng kaginhawaan when we talk about mental health. And of course, kung para magawa natin yan, kailangan magkaroon rin tayo ng mga indicators for well-being and wellness na later on, sana maging frame rin, no, as we actually craft our policies and programs sa government, no? And of course, we have to contend with the feelings of isolation and loneliness. Dati, pag weekends or parang pag after ng isang long exam, di ba? Lumalabas tayo with our friends and family members. Pag merong mabigat tayong experience, no, madali tayong nakikipagkwentuhan sa mga kasama natin. So, tingin ko, isa to sa mga naging big contributors, no? Hindi natin siya masyadong napapansin, no? Pero alam natin, no, that it actually impacts a lot our mental well-being. Alright, so if you want to ask questions, okay lang ako if you want to unmute, no, or if you also want to answer the question na pag-related siya dito sa ating sa ating discussion. So you can also type it on the chat if you want, no. Alright. So ayan, so yung stigma should also be addressed because sometimes it becomes a barrier in terms of accessing services. And we know that each person will react differently, no? So at alam natin na for every individual, iba-iba yung bigat na ano natin, no, yung parang kini-carry natin. So it's important that we are actually very sensitive to the needs of other people kasi hindi naman talaga natin ma-predict, no? At minsan kung alam natin yung problema, minsan hindi natin alam kung paano ito nakaka-apekto dun sa isang individual. At dito sa slide na ito, makikita ninyo yung iba't ibang mga possible stages, no? Maraming mga gray areas when we talk about mental health, and sometimes hindi lang siya either meron kang mental health problem or wala kang mental health problem. Sometimes you can actually be well, sometimes you can experience yung mga day-to-day na mga challenges natin sa mga ACADS, mga org work, or sometimes yung ilan siguro sa atin ay diagnosed, no, with a mental health problem. So gusto ko lang i-emphasize dito sa slide na ito is that at every level of the mental health spectrum, meron tayong pwedeng gawin. Kaya nga importante na kayo as young people, napag-uusapan natin yung mga ganitong klaseng issues para kahit paano pag may lumapit sa inyo, alam niyo rin kung anong gagawin niyo. And ito yung ilan sa mga napapansin nating phenomena right now, no, when we talk about the pandemic, no? So nandiyan yung languishing, yung grief because of the loss that we experienced, yung pandemic fatigue, no? Kaya minsan parang gustong-gusto nating lumabas because we've been so tired, no, dito sa 2 years into the pandemic. So minsan nagiging lenient tayo or nagiging complacent tayo when it comes to observing certain health protocols. And because hindi nga na-establish yung mga boundaries natin between work and rest, very susceptible tayo to burnout, no? So minsan nandiyan yung parang feeling of decreased sense of accomplishment, no? Yung ginagawa natin yung mga dapat nating gawin pero parang hindi natin na-achieve yung dapat nating ma-achieve, no? Yun yung parang ano natin, parang perception natin. And the worrying thing about burnout is that sometimes it leads to alienation, no? Yung parang ginagawa mo yung isang bagay pero hindi ka fulfilled dun sa paggawa ng isang bagay na yan. So tingin ko it really impacts, no, how we actually see our future, how we see ourselves, and even the work that we do. Especially sa mga kasama nating kabataan dito na involved in certain advocacies. Kasi totoo talaga yan eh. Dahil nga sobrang energetic natin sometimes, tapos tuloy-tuloy yung mga engagements natin, minsan nandun tayo sa state of burnout. That's why it's important to really develop programs para sa mental health ng mga patuloy na lumalaban, no? And of course, compassion fatigue, no? Sa mga sa kakabigay mo sa ibang mga tao, sa kakatulong mo sa iba, ikaw mismo parang nauubos na. So naapektuhan how you feel joy or how you feel pleasure, no? Yun yung mga ilan sa mga symptoms of compassion fatigue. And isolation, we already talked about this earlier. So now, pag-usapan natin, no, paano ba tayo makakalampas, no? Paano ba tayo makakope dito sa mga negative impacts ng mental health sa atin? So first is that we have to name our emotions, no? Isa sa mga realizations ko rin and worries, no, about social media is that sometimes yung mga emotions natin parang naka-confine na lang sila to emojis, no? So happy ka ba? Love reacts ba yan? Hug reacts ba yan? And sometimes we fail to experience, no, yung complexity of our emotions. And syempre, pag hindi natin na-work through yung emotions natin, it's very difficult to actually address them, di ba? So what I would like to emphasize here is that ngayon, no, gusto ko lang bigyan ng validation na either you're experiencing positive or negative emotions. Normal lang yan, no? And it's actually expected for humans to feel negative emotions, lalo na kung negative yung mga nasa paligid mo. Pero syempre, we have to really reflect on these emotions. No? Ano ba yung specific emotions na nararanasan ko? No? So on this slide, you can see a figure, no, from Susan David where she says na under sadness, for example, or yung mga general emotions na meron tayo, we can be more specific about it. No? So kung malungkot ka, is it because you're pessimistic? Is it because you're dismayed? Is it because you're disappointed? No? So kasi pag mas alam natin yung specific emotion that we experience, mas madali for us to actually cope and find solutions para ma-address yung mga emotions na yan. And I'd also like to really emphasize the importance of us expressing as well as experiencing our emotions. Hindi porket negative emotion yan, hindi na natin sila mapag-uusapan or hindi na natin sila i-acknowledge. No? And the first step really in terms of healing is to acknowledge where you are. No? So importante na we express our fears, our anxieties, and any negative emotion at that. So dito sa slide na ito, makikita niyo yung ilan sa mga examples of anxiety management. No? Kasi isa to sa mga collective feelings, no, na minsan nararanasan natin, especially kung ang dami natin nakukuhang negative news from social media. So of course, you can do grounding exercises, no? So you can reorient your attention to the current moment. Kasi usually yung mga mental health concerns, nanggagaling sila doon sa kakaisip natin about the future na usually wala tayong control, di ba? So mangyayari pa lang yung exam ninyo, mangyayari pa lang yung isang project ninyo, negative na yung outcomes na naisip ninyo. So baka yon, if we orient our attention to the current situation, baka makatulong yon in terms of lessening the anxiety that we experience. And then of course, you also should reduce the stimuli. No? So kung ikaw ay na-identify mo kung saan nanggagaling yung anxiety or yung kaba mo, probably you might want to distance yourself muna. No? And of course, reduce yung mga stimuli that you're exposed to. Deep breathing exercises and progressive muscle relaxation are shown here on the slide. So pwede niyong sabayan itong shapes na ito. So if it expands, no, mag-inhale kayo, and then once it collapses, you exhale. No? So syempre, hindi naman laging available yan. So you can also do the 4-7-8 technique. So you inhale for 4 seconds, and then you hold it in for 7 seconds, and then you exhale slowly through the mouth afterwards. So yan yung tinatawag nating 4-7-8 technique. Pero meron rin tayong tinatawag na progressive muscle relaxation. So medyo nakakatakot lang siya pakinggan, pero yung idea lang nito is that you flex and relax a certain muscle group. Paano yung ginagawa dito? No? Fine-flex niya, and then relax niya afterwards, so that we can release the tension that we experience. And then of course, you also should avoid stimulants, no? So caffeine, nicotine sa mga cigarette natin, and even substance, no? Kasi may mga substances that are also considered as stimulants. And it's also important for us to understand na minsan may mga situations na kailangan natin isa-isahin yung mga problema kinaharap natin. Kasi minsan pag feeling natin sabay-sabay sila, di ba? Ang hirap mag-cope. So, importante na ma-breakdown natin yung mga problems natin, and also recognize na when we cope, no, sometimes it also entails us setting aside, no, some of the problems muna, tapos babalikan natin sila later on. Kasi hindi naman natin kaya na sabay-sabay yung attention sa lahat ng problema kinaharap natin. And yun nga, later on, hopefully, we find acceptance. No? And this is actually a process. No? Sa stages of grief, di ba? Ito yung pinakahuli. So, kailangan natin ma-accept yung current situation na baka hindi siya ideal, baka mahirap yung sitwasyon natin ngayon, para at least, no, mas marami yung time na ma-allot natin for those that are actually productive. No? Kasi minsan, pag masyado nating fino-focus yung attention sa mga bagay na wala tayong control, minsan, no, parang na-frustrate lang tayo, no, in the process. And this also entails you accepting your own limitations and your imperfections. Kasi bilang mga tao, may mga possible shortcomings tayo, di ba? May mga situations where we fail, may mga situations that we will not perform as expected, di ba? Ngayong pandemic, napaka-evident yan na yung productivity natin prior to the pandemic hindi siguro the same as we want to be productive right now. So yan, so ito lang yung sinasabi ko kanina, that we have to focus on the things that are inside our sphere of influence. No? So siguro kasama dyan yung, ano ba yung schedule na gagawin ko? Diba? So pwede nyo makontrol yon. So yan yung mga bagay na kailangan natin pag-focusan. And sometimes we also need to externalize, no? Kung ano man yung mga worries natin. There's this recommendation or parang ano siya, parang practice na ginagawa online that you can actually write it down, no? Yung mga worries ninyo. So para malaman nyo rin kung ano yung mga things na iniisip ninyo, so that you can be more mindful of your thoughts, and then you can also look for the solutions later on. So take note, hindi ganun kadali, no, mahanap yung mga solutions sa mga problems natin, pero just recognizing them, just externalizing them on a piece of paper, napakalaking bagay na yan, so that we can actually cope better. And of course, this also entails us asking and accepting help from other people. So sabi nga nila, di ba, no man is an island. So it's very important that we recognize our interdependency sa ibang mga tao. No? So kaya nga sa mga classes ngayon online, isa to sa mga kailangan natin pag-usapan. How do we actually maximize yung sense of community, no, sa mga taong nasa kasama natin sa class, no, na minsan, yun nga, nakikita lang natin via Zoom. So we have to learn how to seek assistance and of course delegate responsibilities as needed. Sa tingin ko, important trend that we also ask, no, kanino bang feedback yung kinukuha natin? Because sometimes if, yun nga, parang negative yung mga pananaw natin sa sarili natin, minsan it affects how we behave, no, and how we perform in our day-to-day tasks. So it's important that we actually look for spaces where we can actually get safe feedback from other people, no? So ideally, it should be someone that you trust. It should be someone that you've known for quite some time, and someone who knows your best interest, no? So yun yung kailangan nating mahanap. And it's always a process, no? Very dynamic rin naman kasi kung kanino tayo nagsisik ng support. Pero ideally, no, it should be someone with yung medyo similar yung experiences sa'yo. Kasi ang hirap mag-empathize with other people, ang hirap mag-share ng mga experiences if they don't actually recognize the magnitude of the problem that you're faced with. Ayan, so kaya nga kailangan talaga natin i-minimize yung mga negative thoughts natin, no? So we have to recognize yung mga train of thoughts natin. Like for example, when we talk about personalization, ito yung feeling natin na parang responsible tayo sa lahat ng negative things na nangyayari ngayon, kahit wala kang direct na influence dun sa problem na yan. Second is pervasiveness. So kung meron kang, for example, problem sa ACADS mo or sa org ninyo, feeling mo na nag-extend siya, no, to your family and your personal relationships. Of course, if you're diagnosed with a mental health problem, posibleng mag-cut across yan, no? Maapektuhan yung school mo, yung mga personal relationships mo. Pero kung sa perception mo, no, hindi ka pa naman diagnosed with a mental health problem, tapos feeling mo it cuts across, then probably you have to be extra mindful dito sa mga ganitong mga thoughts. And then of course, permanence, no? Pag nagkaroon ka ng negative experience or nagkaroon ka ng failure, pag feeling mo na parang permanent na siya, no, dadalhin mo na siya hanggang tumanda ka, then probably it's not going to help you. And I think isa to sa mga kailangan nating pag-usapan, no, in our generation. Sinasali ko na yung age ko, no. I think it's something that we need to talk about because sometimes when I talk to young people, yung isa sa mga napapansin ko is that we tend to be very harsh, no, sa sarili natin in terms of the expectations that we set. And minsan parang we don't also allow ourselves to fail sometimes. At naintindihan ko yun kasi minsan may mga expectations na binibigay sa atin yung ibang mga tao, pero mas mahirap talaga i-let down yung sarili natin with our own self-imposed expectations. So baka kailangan ng konting flexibility, no, in terms of that. And probably we also might need to recalibrate as we are presented with the current realities. So yan, so ilan lang siguro to sa mga pwede ninyong gawin when you're faced with catastrophic thoughts, no? So number one is to catch those thoughts. You have to be mindful. If you can also get feedback in terms of what are the thoughts that you're thinking about, mas malaking tulong yan. And then you evaluate them, no? So totoo ba yung message na to? Is it grounded on data? Is it grounded on reality? And most importantly, is it something that is kind to myself, no? Kasi kung hindi ko ito sasabihin sa ibang mga tao, ano kaya yung point kung bakit ito yung message na patuloy kong sinasabi sa sarili ko? So isa to sa mga paraan in terms of managing catastrophic thinking. And then lastly is to challenge those thoughts, no? Ano kaya yung alternatives that we can think about? Ano kaya yung best case scenario? And of course, I'm not saying na alisin natin yung mga negative thoughts natin, no? Kasi hindi naman possible yon. Pero what I'm just saying is that we have to balance yung mga negative thoughts natin with more positive ones, no? And sometimes it also includes us affirming ourselves, no? Affirming the goodness that we see, no, in other people as well. So kailangan rin natin talaga maging deliberate, no, in terms of reinforcing positive scripts, no. So yan, baka kailangan natin ulit-ulitin sa sarili natin ano yung mga bagay that are good with ourselves, no? At minsan mapupulot mo pa ito doon sa mga taong nasa paligid mo, lalo na pag nandoon ka sa state na sobrang down ka na talaga. And of course, sabi natin kanina, we have to accept even our imperfections. So you have to really be mindful. Ano kaya yung mga things that are not so great about myself, no? So saan ako nagsistruggle? Ano yung mga situations where I feel hurt, no? And ano kaya yung mga mistakes na hindi ako makaget over with, no? So yan yung mga kailangan natin i-reconcile sa sarili natin. And yun nga, we have to forgive ourselves for the past failures and the shortcomings and adjust our expectations depending on the different scenarios that we're faced with. Makakatulong rin actually kung if you can get to rehearse, no, kung merong mga situations na posibleng negative yung maging outcome. So probably if you rehearse early on kung ano yung maging reaction mo when you're faced with that situation na in reality, baka mas madali for you to cope, no? Kasi alam mo na yung mga possible reactions mo at hindi ka magiging mindless, no, in terms of how you would respond to certain individuals or a certain situation. And of course, ngayong pandemic, isa sa mga nawala sa atin is the sense of control. So it's very important to take decisive actions if you can. And probably if you can also create yung mga schedules natin, no, it's also one way of creating control in our day-to-day lives. And of course, one word siguro on creating routines, nakakatulong rin siya in terms of normalizing yung mga things that we want to do and the things that we need to do, no? Kasi isa yan sa mga kailangan nating balansehin para hindi rin tayo umaabot sa point na nababurn out tayo. Kanina, no, napag-usapan sa first talk yung social media, and I know sometimes social media can be very heavy, no? So baka dun sa mga situations where you feel down already or napapa-question na yung self-worth mo, you might want to take a pause and take a step back, no, para at least ma-assess mo ulit yung situation, and later on, no, baka makatulong rin if you can also expose yourself to situations that give you hope, no? So for example, ako yung ginagawa ko pag sobrang nasa-stress na ako sa social media kasi ang daming mga negative news in the past few days, di ba? Ako ginagawa ko ay I log off from social media and I have genuine conversations with the people on the ground, no? Kasi minsan yung pag-asa nakukuha mo siya sa mga nakakasama mo. And minsan baka kailangan rin talaga natin mag-structure ng ating environment in a way na mapoprotektahan rin natin yung ating mental well-being. Yan. So ilan lang to sa mga tips, no, in terms of limiting our exposure to social media. So you can regulate the frequency, no? Ngayon sa mga phones natin, merong mga tracking, di ba? Na parang ilang hours ka na nag-spend on social media given a certain day. Yung isa sa mga ginawa ko rin during the pandemic is that we assigned certain individuals to monitor news in specific times of the day. So for example, sa morning, si person A yung mag-monitor ng news. So para hindi lang ikaw yung naghahanap ng mga news online at hindi rin kayo lahat exposed to negative news, no? And if I want to read up on social media or if I want to read up on the pandemic and other political issues, ginagawa ko nagse-search ako ng articles via Google News, no, rather than mindlessly scrolling through social media kasi minsan halo-halo na sa Twitter, sa Facebook, etc. And of course, these are just some tips, no, in terms of minimizing distractions kasi ngayon sa online classes, di ba? Nag-online class ka na, tapos biglang may utos pa sa'yo yung family members mo, di ba? So isa yun sa mga very common na mga scenarios. So if you can actually separate your spaces for work and rest, that would be good. And maganda pag-usapan din nyo ito as a family, no? Ano yung mga times na pwede akong kausapin? Ano yung mga times na I need to focus in terms of the tasks that I need to do? So yan, decluttering, no? Nakakatulong rin yan, di ba? Yung mga yung mga ideas ni Marie Kondo, nakakatulong rin yun. And of course, if you can also cluster online and offline tasks, that would be helpful as well. Ayan. So, ito, gusto ko lang i-emphasize rin yung monotasking kasi right now, we're in a state na sobrang daming distractions and we want to actually do a lot, no? We want to maximize yung time natin, pero not knowing na sa kaka-multitask natin, naapektuhan na rin yung quality of output that we actually provide, no? So it's important that we actually learn how to prioritize, and if you can, no, if kaya siya, let's try to monotask para at least, no, ma-deepen natin yung engagement with the work that we're doing. And kanina nasabi ko rin, no, important yung mga social connections with other people because yung mga social support that we get from other people buffers stress, and they also promote that kind of well-being na hindi natin nakukuha as individuals. Of course, we also need to take rest seriously, no? So isa ito sa mga gusto ko talagang ipalala sa mga fellow young people ko kasi minsan, yun nga, nandun tayo sa state na parang pag mas productive ka, mas worthy ka, no, as an individual. So ako yung ginagawa ko dito is that I try to block specific time sa schedule ko pag kailangan ko na talagang mag-rest. And of course, kailangan natin enforce yung mga small boundaries na yan. And I think it really starts with us really clarifying, no, ano yung importante sa atin, ano yung mga priorities natin. So for example, if sa tingin ko hindi ito priority, then I do not commit to it. So don't also be afraid, no, to actually fail yung mga expectations ng ibang mga tao, kasi minsan sobrang yes tayo ng yes sa napakaraming mga commitments because we feel na pag hindi natin tinake on ito, madi-disappoint sila sa atin. So tingin ko kailangan nating balansehin yon, no. Of course we have our responsibilities, pero pag umabot sa point na parang ubos na ubos ka na, probably you might need to reassess, no. Ano kaya yung mga mas importante sa akin, kasi as individuals, no, we're not made to be machines, right? So kailangan natin i-recognize na yung value of rest is very important. And minsan, no, pag hindi tayo nagpapahinga, it also becomes a disservice to the communities that we work with. Isa to sa mga parang realizations ko after experiencing several bouts of burnout, no. Dati kasi yung mindset ko nung med student pa ako is pag nagpahinga ako, pag natutulog ako, it's less time for my country and the community. So napaka-cheesy nung perspective na yon. Pero later on, nung experience ko na nga yung burnout, tapos parang I felt very negative dun sa mga causes that I believed in, and I became less passionate dun sa work ko. Dun ako nag-reassess, no. Dun ko na-realize na when you spend time for yourself, later on, meron din yung balik doon sa advocacies that you're pushing for and the communities that you work with. So it's very important that you take care of yourself. Kasi nga, sabi nga nila, you can't pour from an empty cup. So of course, you might also want to reach out to support, no? So all of these services that are flashed on your screen actually provide low cost to free mental health support, no? So you can reach out to them. And of course, kung may mga guidance counseling offices kayo in your schools, nakakatulong rin if you also reach out to them. Yeah, so I think this is my last slide. So if there are questions, we can take them on.
And thank you, Dr. Raymond John Nugget. Indeed, the pandemic has greatly affected our mental health, and it's important that we cope with it in a healthy manner. And we need to acknowledge our emotions, take things one day at a time, and try our best to reach out. Sabi nga nila, it's okay not to be okay. So let us keep in mind what Dr. Nugget said, because it will definitely help us better our mental health.
So now, we now call on our panelists for this talk. Kyra and Gian, please introduce yourselves before asking your questions.
Hi, hello po. I'm Kira from QYI as well. So my question, actually, despite the unfortunate circumstances I have to follow my fellow students and fellow youth during these trying times, the most impactful being, the suicides and all the other isolated cases, we can't deny that some schools really still somehow take pride in having an administration that supposedly reinforces the resiliency of its students through heavy workloads, strict guidelines, and difficult means of teaching, no matter the case, right? So we have these generations before us who firmly believe that the youth not only deserves but needs to go through such hardships in order to, emerge stronger and more functional, and they even fail to see that these challenges exist at all, saying that we simply have it easier nowadays, that the online setting is in fact a big advantage for students, and that academic breaks are pointless and unnecessary. However, of course, what they don't see is that the pandemic greatly affects our social, mental health aspects. Sure, privilege is at play, and it becomes dangerous, especially when we use invalidate what students are going through, especially when professors themselves express this during challenging classes. So with this, my question is, what do you think would be some long-term and large-scale solutions that can be made both by the civil society and government in order to address these issues in our country? Perhaps you have specific ideas in mind about certain steps that the government or different institutions or at least individuals to take in order to address this.
Yeah. The audio is quite muffled, pero I got the question naman, no. Basically, you're asking kung ano yung mga pwedeng gawin, no, ng government and the civil society to make mental health more accessible and to make more mental health friendly communities, right? Okay. Number one is we have to really implement the mental health law. Kasi pinasa natin siya, and it's a victory ng mga young people, mga advocates natin, and different patient advocacy groups. We passed it last 2018, and until now, no, very marginal pa rin yung mga nakikita nating developments when it comes to mental health. So I'd really like to really push the different civil society organizations to continue extracting accountability from the government, no? Kasi yun nga, parang na-covidize nga yung health system natin to the point that hindi na nabigyan ng attention yung mga mental health services, no? And not recognizing na yung isa sa mga natatamaan sa pandemic is our mental well-being, no? Yung mga unaccounted for na mga social cost. And tingin ko parang number one, very, very important talaga yung yung implementing the mental health law and its provisions. Second is that we have to recognize that sometimes the best mental health interventions are related to social policies, no? Ang daming mga policies na yun nga, nakaka-affect sa ating mental health negatively. Like for example, the anti-terrorism law, no? Sa mga I read the survey sa UP na nakita nila na yung political issues are the ones causing them distress, no? So sa mga students. So isa yun sa mga kailangan natin tignan. Ano kaya yung mga policies that harm us? Ano yung mga policies that actually promote mental well-being? So say for example, the SOGI Equality Bill, 'di ba? So dahil nga yung discrimination at saka yung stigma against our LGBTQI friends are also harming them, probably passing a law that would complement the mental health law is also one mental health intervention. So yun yung gusto ko talagang i-emphasize, yung having a mental health lens in all of the policies that we have. And of course, shifting, no, kung ano yung point of care natin, because for the longest time when we talk about mental health, it's always about the psychiatrists, the psychologists, the experts, no? But not recognizing that people with lived experience are also the experts, no, in their own experiences. And sometimes parang hindi ito natutugunan or hindi ito or naging lip service lang siya, to be honest, no? Parang lagi siyang sinasabi sa mga DOH meetings, pero how do you actually translate it, no? Paano nagpa-participate yung mga communities in terms of addressing their own needs? Kasi when I'm having conversation with different patient advocacy groups, parang sinasabi nila sa akin lagi na gusto nila mag-participate, kaso hesitant sila because hindi sila experts. Pero ako, lagi ko silang binavalidate na kayo mismo yung experts, no? Siguro hindi in a technical sense, pero alam niyo at kayo yung pinapakinggan ng mga tao rather than minsan yung mga doctors and nurses na minsan skeptical pa yung mga nasa grassroots communities. So tingin ko parang kailangan natin pagtagpuin yon, yung technical expertise and the experts in their own experiences. And tignan natin paano ba natin matatask shift, no, yung mga skills na dati naka-confine lang sa mga health professionals, and how do we bring it down to the community level? Kasi makikita lang natin yung benefits of a mental health friendly community kung ito ay ino-own talaga ng mga tao on ground. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
I hope so too.
Okay, so good morning po. Ako po si Jayeel po from QYI. So there are a lot of overlooked reality and fallacies regarding suicide, as well as what we should and should not do if we know someone who is depressed. Experts say it's never appropriate to tell someone suffering from depression that it's all in their mind. Additionally, that depression is or maybe a question of perception. So with this, my question is mental health or depression, to be more precise, merely a person's mindset or perception? If not, then what causes depression and where does it exactly emanate? If yes, then can we say to other people they should change their mindset or shift their perspective into a more positive state?
Well, for me, I've always understood mental health using the biopsychosocial model of health. no? So may mga aspect of our mental health that are innate to us as individuals, no? Nandoon yung mga biological factors, so nandoon yung mga neurotransmitters, yung mga chemicals sa utak natin na pag mataas sila or mababa sila, they have behavioral manifestations, no? Nandoon rin yung aspect of nutrition. So pag hindi maayos yung kinakain natin, pag may mga micronutrient deficiencies, no? May mga correlation siya with certain mood disorders. And sometimes it's also genetic, no? So if your parents or your grandparents have mental problems, most likely yung bata, no, at additional risk siya. Pero yun nga, parang I'd also like to emphasize yung psychological state ng individual, no? So doon papasok siguro yung pagkakaroon nila ng agency in terms of addressing their concerns, pero hindi lang yun yung nagko-contribute to mental ill health. So nandun yung biological factors, and ngayong pandemic, dagdag mo pa dyan yung social factors, 'di ba? So yung school environment, workplace environment, family dynamics, 'di ba? And of course gender, no? So kung titignan mo yung statistics on mental health, very gendered din siya kasi iba-iba yung experiences ng mga kababaihan sa kalalakihan, at syempre add na rin natin yung mga kasama nating LGBTQI QIA plus community. So yung mga ganun, kailangan rin natin tignan because gender can actually also influence the way we experience and ano ba yung iba't ibang mga interventions that we can do. And I hope in terms of implementing the services, sana meron rin tayong ganung perspective, no? Kasi right now very generic parang regardless of what your SOG is, parang nakakahon yung mga interventions natin. Pero from time to time, I would see some feminist counselors, no, dito sa Philippines. So nakakatuwa na may mga ganung mga initiatives.
Okay, so thank you po.
And very well. Now from our participants naman and teachers who are here, please raise your virtual hands if you have a question for Dr. RJ Nandi.
Any more questions? Or baka gusto niyo rin mag-share ng mga ninyo, experiences ninyo as students, as members of the organization that you're in. Love life, kung gusto niyo mag-share. Okay lang din naman because that also impacts our mental health, no? So,
Doc, meron po, siguro po I'll ask personally. No? So, how do you draw the line between like you said nga po, since we are in an online setting, paano nyo, aside from I believe that was monotasking, yung pag-focus po sa isang task, how do you further refine that na parang, kasi for example po, laging nagre-ring yung notif sa phone, sa laptop, and then merong po-post na bagong gagawin. How do you balance that with yung parang peace of mind time mo? Ganun po.
For me, maraming mga ways in terms of how we can modify yung mga notifications natin. Tingin ko, kailangan lang talaga natin maging deliberate in terms of doing it. And same goes with the concept of self-care, the concept of taking care of ourselves. Alam natin itong mga to di ba? Alam natin what works, what is helping us, what is not helping us. Pero challenge dyan is how do we actually deliberately do these actions and make ourselves accountable to it, no? So tingin ko parang dun papasok yung pag-form ng mga small habits. I was reading this book by James Clear, no? It's called Atomic Habits. So sinasabi niya doon na if you want to adopt a certain behavior, you have to make it pleasing, no? You have to make it accessible, and you have to make it fun, no? So in the course of building habits, dapat hindi ka na-disincentivize in terms of doing that behavior. Ayan, pwede rin yung yung sabi ni Ngien, no? Sana tama yung yung pronunciation ko. Yung Pomodoro technique, no? That's also one way of starting the small habits, lalo na kung very unmotivated ka to do that certain act. So, yung mga ganun, nakakatulong yon. So, ako personally, ginagawa ko, I check the notifications in my phone. So, sa mga applications, no, tina-turn off ko yung mga pag wala namang urgent, or habang kunwari nasa laptop ako, ino-off ko talaga yung notifications para habang ginagawa ko yung schoolwork ko, hindi ako nadidistract, no, with a lot of notifications. And siguro nakakatulong rin if you also have that conversation with the people around you. Kasi yung mental health naman, never naman siya naging individual effort. It's always a collective effort, no, to recognize ano yung mga boundaries natin and how they actually overlap with each other's boundaries, no? So isa yun sa mga pwede natin gawin. We can start that conversation. Hanggang ang oras lang ba ako pwedeng i-message? Ano yung mga norms that we need to challenge, no? Ano yung mga norms na kailangan nating i-implement, no? So minsan kasi nakakalimutan natin na yung environment natin also shape our behavior and our emotional state as well. So kailangan din natin i-structure yung ating relationships, no, and dynamics with other people. Ayan. So may mga questions online na somehow related yung last two, si Gia at si Shakina, no? So they were asking about drawing the line between laziness and burnout as well as procrastination, no? Ako personally, minsan kasi kailangan natin maintindihan, no? Are we really procrastinating or pagod lang talaga tayo? Kasi 'di ba parang minsan yung katawan mo na yung mismo magre-respond, no, especially if you're faced with a certain load of work, no, na minsan overwhelming for us. So tingin ko parang kailangan muna natin ma-address 'yon. And I was reading this book by a service user, no. So diagnosed siya with a mental health problem, nagkaroon ng multiple suicide attempts. Tapos sinasabi niya doon na before you think about emotional distress or a possible mental health problem, you have to ask yourself first doon sa acronym called HALT, no? HALT, no? So are you hungry? Are you angry? Are you lonely and tired? Kasi minsan pag hindi natin na-meet yung mga basic needs natin, then probably, 'di ba, hindi natin ma-reach yung emotional health na gusto natin, 'di ba? So parang ano lang 'yan, 'di ba? Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So kailangan din natin talaga tignan yung mga basic needs na hindi pa na-fulfill. Pero sometimes, I also recognize na tinatamad lang talaga tayo. So may mga ganong mga situations. And tingin ko, doon papasok yung sinasuggest kanina na taking the small step, no, yung mga Pomodoro technique, no? Kasi minsan, kailangan din natin ma-recognize na motivation, we don't need to wait for motivation to do something, no? Sometimes motivation comes from action. So pag you doing the act sa simula, kahit hindi siya masyadong pleasant na activity for you, later on it's actually a step that you can do to para ma-build mo yung momentum, no, para dun sa mga ginagawa natin sa pang-araw-araw. Okay, so si Juan Victor, may question siya. Share lang po, the provincial SK is drafting a provincial ordinance on siguro mental health and anti-discrimination and municipality of municipality of Difon, place siguro to. Already passed their SOGI ordinance. So nakakatuwa, no? So nakikita natin na yung pagbuo ng mental health friendly communities is not just about passing the mental health law, but nandoon yung pag-ensure ng welfare ng lahat, no? At syempre yung pag-create ng mas socially just na society. Kaya nga yung laban sa mental health, nadidikit natin siya dapat to the other issues of social yung mental health outcomes nila, no? Usually hindi magandang mental health outcomes nila because of the various inequalities na na-experience nila. So yan, doon natin nakita talaga yung role of social factors to address our mental well.
Okay po. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Nagit. No, we have indeed learned a lot from you. And as a token of our appreciation, we present to you this certificate of appreciation. So,
Screenshot ko kayo ha, sa business line.
ayan po. And before, ayan po. Marian, kindly read. So let me read po what is written in the certificate. The first SEDPI and QYI Youth Development Webinar, Youth Development Series, this certificate of participation is hereby given to Dr. Raymond John Nagit for actively participating in Youth Development Series held on November 27, 2021 at 8:30 to 12 noon via Zoom, Cloud Meeting, and Facebook Live. Signed, Carlo Martin, Externals Committee member of Quirino Youth Initiative, and Sir Vince Rapisura, co-founder and president of SEDPI Group of Social Enterprises. So maraming salamat po talaga, Dr. Raymond. And before anything else po, if Dr. Jayeel is here, we would like to request a picture taking. So cuties or everyone who is here, kindly turn on po your camera so we could have a photo taking po. So don't be shy, guys. Oh, I see po. Okay, so we could proceed with it later. Moving on, Marion, I would just like to say once again, Dr. RJ, thank you po so much. So
Thank you everyone.
So Marion, can you please introduce our next guest speaker?
Yes, so climate change has been gravely affecting the world that we live in. And as youth and as the future of this country and the world, we should take action in any way we can as young as possible. So to discuss climate crisis activism, we now present to you our third guest speaker, Mr. Voltaire Tupaz of the Philippine Network of Environmental Journalists. He is the president of Media Production LYF and Chief Content Officer of FYT, which promotes community journalism and highlights courage in stories. Let us give Mr. Voltaire Tupaz a warm round of virtual applause.
Hello, magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Mula sa Leyte, nandito ako sa Tacloban ngayon. I've been here for almost 2 years since the lockdown started. Dito ako sa area kung saan nagkaroon ng storm surge. So napapanahon yung discussion natin ngayon dahil malapit sa akin yung coverage, yung theme ng climate change. In fact, it has defined my body of work, also my advocacies as a journalist, as an advocate. So I'll be sharing with you some of my experiences and insights with regard to climate action. Maybe I can share, no? Pwede mo ako mag-share ng content, no? Ayan. Do you see?
Yes, sir, we could see po.
Okay, thanks. Teka lang ha, kasi yung audio pala. Kailangan ko pala share. And okay. So kami sa FIGHT, which is a relatively new media organization, independent media outfit, which I co-founded with my other fellow advocates and journalists, including Rupert Tambil, Atom Araullo, and Zach Hewson. We're trying to tell the stories of communities, especially those whose stories are not often covered by media organizations, by mainstream media. So our content usually is community-oriented or theme-based, very thematic. Climate change, environment issues are among the stories that we pursue. So I will be sharing some of the stories we produced for FIGHT and our communities. Yung motto namin ay courage in stories. Gusto namin i-highlight yung katapangan ng mga individual at mga komunidad kung saan nandoon yung mga impactful stories. Kadalasan nga ay hindi na ikikwento. But we hope that our stories will turn into solutions, and also we hope that the issues that we cover will also create impact in these communities. Ang una kong gustong i-share ay yung naging realization ko coming from the development world, dahil dati akong development worker, dahil na rin sa influensya ng aking student activism nung nasa UP pa ako sa student council. So malaking naging impact sa akin ng kahalagahan ng natural resources, lalo na nandun ako sa Cordillera at I work with indigenous peoples at para sa kanila ang lupa ay buhay. Hindi magkaiba yung resources sa kanilang pang-araw-araw na pamumuhay. Very interlinked yung interconnected yung kanilang pamumuhay kasama ang kalikasan. At kung ang kalikasan ay nag-aalboroto at mayroong mga disaster, sila rin ay mga affected na sector. In fact, one of the most vulnerable sectors sa ating bansa at sa buong mundo. So ang gusto kong i-emphasize ay yung isang take away ko nung ako ay nag-transition to journalism, nung naging bahagi ako noon ng Raptor na nagsisimula ito, na mahalaga ang papel na ginagampanan ng isang advocate sa pagkikwento ng mga karanasan at issues ng mga komunidad. Dahil ang advocate, ang isang aktivista, ang isang development worker, ang isang influencer sa community, using the words of the new generation, ay mahalaga dahil sila ang may access, sila ang nandoon sa area, kayo yung nakakasalamuha sa mga komunidad. So you are in the best position to tell the stories of your constituents. Kung kayo ay student leaders, youth leaders, kayo ay lubog sa kwento ng inyong mga kabarangay, kaprobinsya, kasamahan sa inyong mga lungsod at inyong mga bayan. So, mayroong perspective na maganda nating pag-isipan at i-embrace yung capacity ng bawat community leader, bawat youth leader na maging taga-kwento ng mga karanasan, ng mga adikain ng ating mga komunidad. Na posible na ngayon dahil nung panahon namin, Gen X kami, yung mga aktivista kami nung panahong mga 90s. Ang aming campaign efforts, ang aming advocacies ay very traditional. Limited yung aming mga tools. Gumagamit kami ng mga polyeto, ng mga placards. Bagamat ang maganda doon, face-to-face talaga pag ikaw ay nag-oorganisa o nagmumulat ng mga komunidad. So talagang intimate yung nagiging connection ng isang advocate sa kanyang constituents. Ngayon, mas lumawak na yung ganung tools. So, maraming nabago sa panahon ng digital age. Mayroon na tayong access sa smartphones, sa mga social media platforms na nagpapalawak ng ating reach. In other words, kung anong ating sinisigaw noon using the microphone or the megaphone, ngayon, mas tumalawak pa ito 10 times, 100 times. In fact, buong mundo pwedeng makaabot yung voice nyo, yung inyong boses, if you use these platforms. So mayroong mga dapat i-unlearn na mga practices, na mga attitudes. Also mayroong mga dapat i-embrace na mga bagong forma ng pagkilos at pagmumulat para mas mapahusay pa yung ating mga hangarin, yung ating mga kampanya, yung ating mga adikain, okay, using these tools. Okay? So, yung nabanggit ko kanina sa fight, karamihan ng aming content ay mayroong advocacy, may campaigns, media freedom, laban sa disinformasyon, climate change, climate action, protection of the environment, among other community issues. Pero mayroong kaibahan yung pagkikwento in the sense na kami ay primarily journalists and we work with advocates and we are advocates ourselves. So we make sure na ang aming kinikwento ay naayon pa rin sa mga prinsipyo ng pamamahayag. It's fact-based, although our content support specific points of view or merong ipinaglalaban. Kung hindi man through our voice, sa pamamagitan ng boses ng mga komunidad. Okay? Okay, what's creative content? Ang creative content ay isa sa mga forma na o mga tools na ginagamit namin para magmulat, para mapalalim yung kamalayan ng aming mga audience, ng aming communities online or offline. Okay. Mahalaga to dahil ito yung forma ngayon na ginayakap ng mga kabataan, ng mga millennials, ng Gen Z. Very visual yung mga bata ngayon, yung generation. So we create enriched forms of stories, content forms, offline man or online, and they are used to effectively communicate ideas, policies, projects, programs, and events. Ito ay halimbawa ng execution na kadalasan ay nagugustuhan ng mga kabataan ngayon. Ito ay kapapublish lang, I think last month sa kasagsagan ng COP26 sa Glasgow.
Hey, do you have a minute? Let's talk about the climate.
Welcome to Klima Minute, where we give you beat-by-beat updates of what's up and what's happening here at COP26 in Glasgow, Scotland. My name is Val Vestille, your host for Klima Minute. This afternoon, we are here in George Square here in Glasgow, Scotland. We are at the heart of the youth climate strikes. Over 25,000 people are gathering here at the square for the strikes. People have signs everywhere, and we have our own representation here in the Philippines.
Environment researcher John Leo Algo, who is one of the Filipino strikers here, says that no other sector is more at stake in the fight against the climate crisis but the youth.
The climate crisis is the gravest existential threat to current and future generations. And the Philippines is one of the most vulnerable countries to the climate crisis. Even with the COVID pandemic affecting the world, our greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise, and so does global warming and losses and damages. So I'm here representing the Philippine civil society and the youth sector to bring the voices of vulnerable communities and call for urgent, just, effective, and inclusive actions against the climate crisis.
Despite 25,000 people gathering here supporting climate action, we still have a few climate change deniers who are campaigning and saying that climate alarmism is fake science. However, we have representatives from the Philippines who have lived experiences in terms of climate change effects, and they are represented by Sir Rodney Galicia and Father Angel behind me, giving us facts, giving us lived realities, and telling us that climate change is real, it's happening, and it's negatively impacting the most vulnerable countries, including and especially the Philippines.
This is not alarmism, this is reality. We suffer, our islands are sinking, and we suffer year by year. Don't be apathetic, we are dying.
Even if this is the fifth time that Aksyon Klima lead convener Rodney Galicia is joining COP, he still says seeing climate change deniers is a struggle that he wants to actively denounce.
What's real really is that for the last 10 years, the Philippines has been experiencing a lot of losses and damages when it comes to the impacts of the climate crisis, specifically like Typhoon Haiyan, and even the intensities of our typhoons are getting higher and higher, and it's so sad. It's being apathetic, being indifferent, that perhaps they weren't able to experience all these kinds of maladies, but for us, vulnerable countries, it's so sad that they aren't able to, to believe in that.
The next day, the youth climate strikes was succeeded by the Global Day of Action for Climate Justice, a global and decentralized mass mobilization where organizers say more than 100,000 gathered here in Glasgow to march. John Bonifacio, a young activist who decided to drop out of med school to work full-time on his climate advocacy, says that leaders need to listen to communities who are most impacted by climate change.
At the last analysis, the young people of the world are really what the people who are going to be most impacted, because the climate crisis is just going to keep getting worse and worse, especially if there's no action on the part of world leaders. So it's important that that the youth really see their role in clamoring for change, because it's really the earth and our lives at stake. It's our future, but of course, right now, young people around the world are also some of the most impacted when it comes to climate crisis. So it's really up to us to really band together and call for action.
The climate strikes are going on outside as world leaders are inside the COP26 venue, continuing their ministerial meetings and negotiations. Many accredited NGOs have critiqued these negotiations as being very exclusive, and many others express the feeling of being left out in the important negotiation talks.
Actually, right, like just a few miles away is the actual conference of Party 26, and we're here right now in the strikes instead of there because we have been excluded. Like even if we go there in the blue zone, we're still not allowed to go into the negotiations. We're not, the global south, or people from the most affected places and areas are not even participating in the negotiations because we're being left out.
To be honest, when I first came here, the first people I saw that are rallying are grade school kids, and it really inspires a lot of people here, including myself, to further give our best voices, our best calls, and scream as loud as ever to our world leaders who are just across the city meeting supposedly to bring solutions that we have desperately needed for decades now.
Grassroots campaign organizer Christ, who is currently based in the UK, feels the same way and is out striking today in the hopes that their demands would be listened to by the decision makers at COP26.
We hope that the people in the Conference of Parties would listen to the genuine calls of the people outside here in Glasgow protesting in the Global Day of Action, is to end climate justice, to pay reparations to the Global South, to end the climate imperialism that has long been exploiting and oppressing the people in the Global South.
Our government leaders should listen to the youth because the youth has creative, innovative, outside-the-box solutions and ways of thinking. And when you are dealing with something like the climate crisis, which is complex and has multiple impacts that are interrelated with one another, you need to have all perspectives accounted for.
This place is packed. We are in the middle of the climate strikes right now, and people have signboards all over. I have a signboard myself. It says here, we are looking for a hot lover, not a hot planet. Climate justice and justice for love as well. My name is Val Bastille, your host for Klima Minute. See you tomorrow.
Okay, medyo mahaba yung ano no, yung report. Pero just to give you an overview kung ano yung mga kaganap nangyayari ngayon sa sa global sa community ng climate actors. Ganun din yung hamon. Okay. Yan. So yun yung ilang mga latest sa campaigns against climate change at sa efforts to promote climate action. Malaga yung gagampanan ng content creation sa ating activism, sa ating advocacy work dahil ito yung magiging tulay natin para ma-reach yung ating target na audience, lalo na pag tayo ay nasa larangan ng pagmumulat. So I would like to share a few tips, lalo na pag ikaw ay isang content creator mula sa komunidad, sa mga komunidad. Ano ba to? Okay. Sorry. Yan. First, yung iyong content ay dapat grounded. At yun inaasahan lalo na pag kayo ay nasa mga communities dahil nga lubog na lubog sa inyong community ang inyong pagkikwento. Para hindi makalimutan, tanda lang natin yung feet para grounded yung ating mga kwento. Ang ibig sabihin, F means facts, E, emotion, E, ethics, at panghuli yung time or feet. Sige, isa-isahin natin ano ibig sabihin nito. Facts. Isa sa mga challenges ngayon across issues, across professions, across fields, ay yung issue ng misinformation and disinformation. So tayo, dahil may access tayo sa mga methods ng research, tayo ay mga naging mag-aaral ng kolehiyo na gumawa ng thesis, or ngayon ay malamang bahagi ng mga NGOs na nagsasaliksik din, i-apply natin yung ating mga natutunan sa pagpapahalaga ng evidence, ng facts sa ating mga outputs. Ito man ay mga campaign materials, ito man ay mga kwento, mga visual content natin, or yung mga contributions natin sa local media, primary yung consideration ng facts sa ating mga content. Alam naman natin na yung mga basic sa isang kwento, kung sino, kung ano, kailan, saan, bakit nangyayari ang isang event, at kung paano. Dahil malamang at one point naging campus journalist tayo, or kahit ngayon tayo ay prolific content creator online. So basic yan ng components ng pagbabalita. Ang dagdag na gusto nating emphasize ay yung pagbe-verify ng ating information bago natin i-post sa ating page, dahil mahalaga na responsable tayong content creators, journalist man tayo or advocate, para hindi tayo makadagdag sa pagkalat ng disinformation. Okay? Next. Emotion. Kahit anong content natin online or offline, ito man ay simpleng post, text na pinopost natin sa Facebook, or picture or video na sinishare natin or kinikreate natin, mahalaga kung isipin natin kagad kung ano yung emosyon na ma-generate after makapagbasa or makapanood ng content yung ating audience. Dahil alam naman natin bilang mga tao, hindi kaagad rational hindi kaagad facts ang ating hinahanap, emosyon kaagad. Ano ang nararamdaman natin? How is the story making us feel? Kaya nga maraming mga platforms tulad ng kunyari news organization, yung Rapper, or yung Facebook, mayroong mga emoticons, may mood meter yung Rapper, and so on and so forth. Excuse me. Pinapakita lang doon yung role ng emotion sa storytelling. Ang tao, maka-capture mo, ma-encourage mo na magbasa or magpatuloy na manood ng inyong content kung may dating sa kanya emotionally. Kung sila ay na-agitate mo ba? Ginalit mo ba? Na-inspire mo ba? Napasaya mo ba? Napangiti mo ba? So, bilang advocate at content creator, yun ang una natin isipin. Pag gagawa ko ng ganong content, ito ba ay photo, essay, blog, graphics, how will my content make my audience feel? Yun yung unang hook mo sa kanila, dahil milyon-milyon yung content ang kalaban mo. So, paano yan magsistick sa mga mambabasa at manonood ng inyong content? Okay? So, clear lagi. Dahil yun yung mabilis na nagpapakalat ng content, lalo na ng disinformation online. Napapansin nyo yung mga nagba-viral, yung nanggagalit, yung nangiinis. Pero ganun din yung effect ng other strong emotions like yung nag-i-inspire or nagpapasaya. Kaya isa lang alang natin yung emotion ng ating content bago tayo magplano at mag-create or mag-produce ng ating mga kwento. Okay? Next. Yan. Tayo, dahil nasa larangan ng pagmumulat, mahalaga na when we connect with our audience through our events or through our content, mararamdaman nila yung empathy ng ating content. Kung ano ang kanilang nararanasan on the ground, mahalaga na ma-connect natin yon dahil doon sila mapapakilos, mamumulat, mapapakilos kung nakaka-identify sila sa ating mga outputs, okay, or activities. Yan minsan ang kulang dahil sa bilis ng pagdaloy ng information online, ito yung nakakaligtaan kung sensitive yung ating content sa nararanasan, karanasan, kalagayan at aspirations ng ating audience. Okay? What does that mean? Online, it means meron tayong engagement sa kanila. Simply put, kung sa language ng platforms ng social media, ang kanilang measure niyan ay kung ilang clicks, ilang shares, or kung anong reaction sa inyong content. Yan. Offline, ang ibig sabihin noon, kung ang iyong activity or content ay nakapagmulat, na-reach ba yung kanyang objective na mag-raise ng awareness on certain issues like climate change, and then you close the loop. Meaning, hindi lang sila namulat, hindi lang sila naantig, hindi lang sila na-agitate. Tulad ng pagbibenta online ng mga produkto, hindi lang sapat na naglaway sila sa iyong produkto. Dapat bumili sila ng inyong produkto. Okay, may sales, na-convert into sales. So, from the point of view naman ng isang NGO or advocate, ang inyong activity ba or content ay nag-result into warm bodies, acting for your cause, meaning na-organize mo ba sila, na-mobilize mo ba sila para maging bahagi ng inyong kampanya. So yun yung ilang metrics naman ng engagement offline. So kung take mo into consideration yung lahat na yan ng mga indicators ng performance ng inyong content or activity, masasabi nating effective yung ating mga forma ng pagkilos or pagmumulat. Okay? May isang forma or approach sa pag-i-engage, lalo na sa mga kabataan, ang tinatawag nating citizen journalism. Dahil sa panahon ngayon ay hindi na lang mainstream media or dominant media yung may access sa information or may kakayahang mag-broadcast ng information, kahit ang simpleng mamamayan ay may kakayanan ng mangalap ng impormasyon at mag-distribute ng information. At yan ang tinatawag na citizen journalism. Diyan kayo pwedeng pumasok, maging collaborators ng mga journalists sa community or sa national in creating content or in pursuing stories. Kaya maaari kayong mag-submit ng mga photos or video or maaari mag-create kayo mismo ng sarili ninyong content para sa inyong mga organizations or papers, campus or platforms ng inyong people's organization or the local government unit. Okay? Okay. At usually, yung mga content na pinuproduce ng mga citizen journalists, yung mga content na nag-highlight ng mga local solutions. Yung may kabuluhan sa community. Anong mga pangangailangan sa community? Anong mga issues kakulangan sa tubig, ano pa, kakulangan sa pagkain, issue ng food security, disasters, paano bumabangon ang community mula sa isang disasters. Yan ay usually hindi na cover ng media sa mahabang panahon after the news cycle, say a week. Kung major yung disaster, natatapos na yung news cycle, hindi na number. So maganda na tayo mismo yung alawa, independent, lalo na pag ikaw ay journalist or kung ikaw NGO worker, hindi binabayaran yung content ng isang politician, for instance, at iba pang vested interest. Pangatlo, patas at walang pinapanigan, fair, at best, balanse, pero hindi ibig sabihin nito na neutral ka lang. Dahil kung alam nating may injustice, kung alam nating mali ang impormasyon, huwag natin bigyan ng space. In fact, dapat i-correct or dapat usigin or expose. Okay? At pang-apat, nabanggit naman kanina, yung pagkamakatao, yung minimize yung harm na maaring i-create ng yung content or yung activity sa ating constituents or sa audience. Like kung mga bata na victims, hindi na kailangang ipakita yung mukha or you protect the rights of women, lalo na pag sila ay victims ng domestic violence, kung sila ay nagpa-interview for instance or mag-a-appear sa yung content, and so on and so forth. Or yung mental health issues, to protect also the privacy of your subjects. Okay. And finally, yung accountability. Okay. Sa panahon ngayon, talagang gustong sumikat yung marami, no? Kaya lang maraming YouTubers, maraming TikTokers, etc. Pero ang byline or yung pagpapakita ng yung mukha sa content, ang primary sanang consideration ay yung accountability. Kaya nandyan yung mukha mo, kaya nandyan yung byline mo, yung name mo. Dahil tinatayo mo ang inyong reputasyon, pinanindigan mo ang inyong content na you're proud of your content, it went through a process, it was verified, at kung nagkamali ka man, ayan dyan yung pangalan mo, pwede mo akong i-correct. Ganun yung ibig sabihin ng transparency sa iyong content at pagiging accountable. Okay? So yun yung ilang considerations. And I think these are values na nag-govern din ng mga advocates. Okay? Lalo na mayroon tayong public service, yung ating nature ng ating mga gawain. Okay? And finally, time. Magandang napapanahon yung ating mga content, lalo na kung ito ay tumutugon sa mga sakuna, tumutugon sa mga climate change issues dahil very time-specific or time-bound yung maraming mga ganap na related sa climate change. So kung kaya natin mag-create kaagad ng content, kaugnay sa disasters o may humihingi ng tulong ng relief operations for instance, magandang nakakasabay tayo. Okay? At accessible. Kung walang mga internet yung iba, ano ang ating mode of communication? Anong gagamitin natin para maka-reach pa ng maraming audience? Okay? So yun yung fit. Facts, emotion/engagement, ethics, at saka yung time. Okay? And yung technical side naman doon ng ating content, ini-enhance yung ating content kung may color, may sound, at nabanggit naman yung emotion, at kinikwento yung authentic na stories ng o karanasan ng ating mga subjects or ng communities na ating kino-cover or ginagawa ng content. Okay. Isang halimbawa dito, yung explainer na ginawa namin regarding energy transition. Pakita ko sa inyo.
Transition. Bukang bibig ng United Nations, world leaders, at lalo na ng climate action advocates. We should start switching to clean, renewable energy, lalo na't isa tayo sa mga bansang lubhang apektado ng climate crisis. Hindi nahuhuli ang ating bansa pagdating sa energy production from renewable sources. Kung tutuusin, panglima ang Pilipinas sa buong Asya sa paggamit ng clean energy. Nasa halos 1/4 na ito ng ating energy mix. Mas mataas pa nga yan sa renewable energy share ng bansang Amerika. Let's take a look at one of the promising options, solar energy. Magsimula tayo sa isang sulok ng Tondo, Maynila. Maaga pa lamang, binibilad na sa araw ni Venus ang kanyang maliit na solar panel para ma-charge. Sa pamamagitan nito, napapaandar nila ang kanilang solar lamp at radyo. Malaking ginhawa ito sa pamilya ni Venus. Bilang tagabalat ng bawang, kulang ang kita niya para sa mga bayarin. Pero malaki ang natipid niya mula nang gumamit ng solar panel.
Kung wala yung solar na to, hindi namin nakikita yung liwanag ng bahay namin, yung mga pangangailangan namin.
Ang dating 550 pesos na electric bill, ngayon nasa 300 pesos na lamang. Bawas na sa gastusin, bawas pa sa polusyon ang paggamit ng solar panel. 8 buwan ng buntis si Venus at umaasa siyang maganda ang mundong ipapamana niya sa kanyang baby. Pero para magtagumpay ang energy transition, kailangan ng pakikiisa ng lahat, lalo na ang malalaking industriya at negosyo. Lumalaki pa ang energy demand sa Pilipinas at sa ngayon, marami pa rin sa mga bagong tayong planta ang gumagamit ng coal. Pero ang sektor ng enerhiya, meron na ring roadmap para i-develop ang ating renewable energy sources.
We will work on more renewables, but at the same time be conscious that we are also after lowest cost of electricity, which is what we need to be able to spread more kuryente to the farthest municipalities of the whole country.
Gumagawa kami ng energy system model. Ang pinatitingnan ko, using our renewable energy resources na indigenous, whether we can shift to almost 100% self-sufficiency by 2050.
100 kilometro mula sa Maynila ang Cagbalete Island sa Quezon. Matatagpuan dito ang isang malaking solar farm. Higit 800 pamilya ngayon ang nakikinabang dito.
Noong unang panahon, 1980s, mga gasira lang ginagamit na yun. Dati naman, bago naman solar, generator muna. Bumubuga rin ng masamang usok ang generator, hindi katulad ng solar. Sa araw lang kumukuha para magkaroon ng kuryente. Malaking pagbabago. Nakakasip tayo sa kalikasan. Yung mga panghanap buhay naman, nakaka-isip sila kung paano gamitin ang abot sa kuryente. Tulad ng mga paggagawa ng ice candy sa yelo.
Hybrid ang power grid na ito. Ibig sabihin, meron pa rin silang backup generators na pinatatakbo ng diesel. Sa ngayon, kailangan daw balansihin ang pagbibigay ng maaasahang kuryente sa bawat Pilipino at ang pag-transition sa renewable energy.
Unfortunately, it cannot happen overnight. Dapat maintindihan natin na meron tayong pangangailangan na 24/7 for our customers. The way to go is do base load using high efficiency, low emission. But after that, our commitment is to do 1,000 to 1,200 megawatts of renewables. Personally, I'm committed to shift to renewables. I don't think I can face my grandson, my grandchildren, and the future generations if we do not shift.
We should really pressure not only government, but all of the uh, industry, especially the power sector, to transition to clean energy. That they must commit to clean energy.
The shift to renewable energy is challenging, but the potential is great. Maging bahagi tayo ng pagbabagong ito. Be part of the conversation, be part of the solution. Fight!
Okay. So yun yung isang halimbawa ng pagkikwento na
Energy transition.
may multimedia using graphics, video, mayroon ding story na pwede nating i-maximize dahil ito yung appealing sa mga kabataan, sa younger audiences at mas visual na nga. At kahit hindi ganun ka-polish yun ng ginawa na nakita ninyo, you have your smartphones, basta steady lang yung shot nyo, may clear na audio, and then you edit using yung mga free apps. You can do content and create a meaningful way of storytelling and also reaching out to your communities through these stories or content. Okay. Hindi ko natin papakita, no? Iba. Okay. Siguro isang halimbawa na lang ng mga short videos na tingnan nyo, hindi siya professionally done, gawa lang ng aming mga community reporters na mga kabataan. Pero dahil may pangangailangan on the ground at pandemic ito at hindi ma-reach ng mga mainstream media, sila mismo yung nagkwento through our Reporters from Home program ng FIGHT.
Alas 12:15 ng tanghali noong Webes, May 14 ay naglandfall ang bagyong Ambo sa bayan ng San Policarpo dito sa Eastern Samar. Ito ang unang bagyo ngayong 2020 at nangyari pa ito sa kalagitnaan ng COVID-19 pandemic. Ang bagyo ay may daladalang malakas na hangin at ulan. Sa lakas ng hangin ay maraming kabahayan at establishmento ang nasira. Karamihan ay natuklap ang mga bubong. Naapektuhan din ang mga linya ng kuryente dito na nagdulot ng brownout sa buong probinsya. Ang bagyong naranasan namin ngayon ay hindi na bago para sa amin dito sa Eastern Samar. Sa nagdaang taon, maraming mga bagyo ang sumubok sa probinsya namin, katulad ng bagyong Ursula noong taong 2019 na tumama sa bayan ng Salcedo. Ito ay nagdulot ng maraming pagkasira ng infrastruktura at mga kabahayan dito sa probinsya. Pati na rin ang bagyong Ruby noong 2014 na tumama sa bayan ng Dolores. Pati na rin ang bagyong Yolanda na tumama sa Giwan noong 2013. Ngayon, ang pinagkaiba ng bagyong Ambo sa mga nagdaang bagyo dito sa Eastern Samar ay kasabay nitong manalasa ang COVID-19 virus. Mas lalo itong magpapahirap sa mga pamilyang nangangapana ngayon dahil sa pandemyang kinaharap ng ating bansa. Mas lalong nadihado ang seguridad at kaligtasan ng mga mamamayan dito dahil sa pandemya na sinabayan pa ng bagyo. Mas lalong pinagtibay ng mga bagyong nagdaan ng Eastern Samar. Natuto kami kung paano paghandaan ng mga kalamidad na kagaya nito. Ngunit ngayon na naitapat ito sa kalagitnaan ng pandemya, susubukin nito ang aming pagkakaisa at ang pagtugon ng mga lokal na pamahalaan. Ito si Fighter Gio Costuna, Paghirot Kamo Permi.
Kahit simpleng content lang na ganyan, malaking bagay na yan para maipaabot yung kwento ng inyong mga komunidad, lalo na pag-related sa disasters at iba pang issues sa inyong barangay or immediate na community. Okay? Maganda yung video kasi yung video, ito ay yung dominant ngayon na content sa online, sa mobile in particular, 50% more than 50% ng traffic, web traffic ay video. YouTube has also become the second largest search engine. So yun yung isang magandang pwede nating pag-isipan kung mayroon tayong pagpaplano sa ating communications efforts na gamitin ang video bilang isang tool ng pag-raise ng awareness ng ating constituents. Okay? Next. Pwede ring audio lang kasi maraming gusto mag-podcast ngayon, lalo na pag nagta-travel ka lang or ay mong makakita masyado, nakahiga ka lang. So may community na rin for podcast. Ito ay isang halimbawa ng audio content na may visual pero mainly audio pwedeng gamitin na audio lang. Ito ay contribution ng isang teacher mula naman sa Northern Samar. Hindi ko tatapusin lahat, paparinig ko lang sa inyo yung unang bahagi. To give you an idea. Mayahambing niyo ba yung bagyong Ambo sa iba pang mga bagyong naranasan ng Las Navas, Northern Samar?
Ang bagyong Ambo ay yung pinakamalakas na tumama dito sa Northern Samar. Simula nang nagkamalay ako, lahat ng bagyo dito na dumaan, yung bahay namin hindi man lang sira, sa awa ng Diyos. Pero ngayon lang mismo yun nangyari sa bagyong Ambo. Tinangay yung mga bubong namin, pati yung bahay-bahayan namin dito, tangay lahat. Yung mga yero nagliliparan, as in talaga nakakatakot, lalo na kapag lumabas ka during bagyo. Zero visibility.
Okay. Ang point lang dito, kung mapapansin niyo yung mga binigay kong halimbawa, mga crowdsourced yung content, hindi professionally done ng isang videographer ng ABS or ng GMA or ng isang mainstream media. Ito ay contribution sa mga ordinaryong tao mula sa community. Sila ang nandun sa area, so sila yung nag-create ng content and we help them process their stories. These are efforts which you can also initiate in your communities or through your organizations. Okay? Live streaming din ay isang magandang event, isang magandang halimbawa ng content kasi mataas yung engagement online. Favorable yung algorithm ng platforms like Facebook or YouTube sa live events. Okay. Tulad nito na ginagawa ninyo ngayon. It's prioritized on Facebook. So ito ay event na ginawa namin last year as part of our Now PH campaign promoting climate action. It's a live event featuring influencers, advocates ng climate action. Okay. Live video is prioritized on Facebook, earning 3 times more watch time than regular video. So i-harness natin yung potential nito, i-maximize natin. Okay. Pwede ring graphics lang yung gamitin natin para ma-simplify yung ilang mga complicated na mga figures, lalo ng climate change, maraming figures yan. Pwede nating i-simplify para mas maintindihan ng ordinaryong mamamayan yung ating impormasyon na ibinabahagi sa kanila using graphics. Pwede ring infographics or mga quote cards, yung makikita ninyo, para hindi ganun ka-heavy sa mata yung text. Lalo na pag maraming sinasabi. Sa climate change, ang daming sinasabi. Minsan comprehensive, ang daming pagsusuri. So we can simplify these facts and figures and information using visual executions like infographics. Okay? Yan, ito simpleng photo lang to sa kasagsagan to ng community pantry. Picture pa lang yung pinost namin, crowdsourced, contributed by an NGO, isa sa mga community members nila, isang mangyan na batang nag-contribute ng kamote, ibinigay sa community pantry sa kanilang lugar, nag-viral siya, wala pang detalye yan. So ganun ka-powerful yung images, like photos. So i-maximize din natin yung mga photos. Yan. Pwede natin gawan din ng parang photo essay, maraming photos and lagyan natin ng text para ilahad yung kwento ng ating subjects or ng issue na gusto nating i-tackle. Okay? Yan. Ganyan yung sample executions. Or yung mga red letter dates, maraming observances, wag nating palampasin yung araw, na wala tayong content para gamitin yung observances na ito to also raise awareness on specific issues. A simple image would do, perhaps my graphics, and so on and so forth. Okay? Yan, yung ilang executions. And finally, crucial yung pagiging disiplinado, sistematiko, at saka pulido ng ating pag-create ng content or kahit yung mga activities natin, yung general communications plan man natin or campaign plan. Ito ay halimbawa ng sample na template when we do content planning. So, ang assumption nito, mayroon kayong ginawa ng mapping, meaning kilala nyo yung inyong audience, sino ang inyong kakampi, sino ang potential na kontrabida sa inyong campaign, sino mga actors sa inyong community na pwedeng lapitan, sino ang audience para na kailangang abutin para mamulat, and so on and so forth. So, i-identify lang natin kung sino ang gusto nating audience for a particular content execution or story, sino ang primary, sino ang secondary. And then, if na-identify na natin yon, gamitin lang natin yung mga na-map na nating impormasyon sa previous nyong efforts ng inyong organizations. And then, you formulate or you frame your key message. Paano mo sila maaabot using yung mensahe na yan? In other words, ano yung maintindihan nilang message? Hindi yung analysis ng NGO or ng CSO na mahirap maintindihan. In their language, paano mo itatranslate yung pagsusuri nyo sa climate change or sa environmental issue, paano maintindihan nila using their language, considering their perspective and their experience. So for instance, mas maganda yan pag malapit sa sikmura yung analysis natin or yung content natin. Okay? Or yung message natin. Okay? Na gustong i-convey sa kanila. Okay? And then, ano yung activity na gagamitin natin or magiging daluyan ng ating communication execution? Maaring ito ay sa isang pagtitipon tulad nito, Zoom meeting, pwedeng sa rally, pwedeng press conference, or pwedeng sa platform. Sa anong content type ang gagawin natin? Video, photo, graphics, identify natin para clear yung latag ng ating communication plan. Maganda yung kung may healthy mix ng visual content, video, graphics, and photo. Okay. Ideal, syempre, yung multimedia at interactive. Pero hindi naman lahat may kapasidad. So, kahit simple executions. And then, saan natin sila ipopost? Saan natin i-contribute or gusto makita? Sa print, sa website, sa social media? Gusto ba natin ilako sa TV, sa radio, etc. Okay. Gaano kadalas yung ating pag-create ng content or pag-post ng content? Sino ang gagawa? Dapat malinaw. Ito ay maaari nating i-consider sa ating planning kasi hindi lahat ng mga organizations ay kompleto ng mga tao na mayroon kang social media producer, mayroon kang graphics artist, may video editor. So kung hindi pa yan in place, wala pang ganong items sa ating organization, i-maximize natin yung mga volunteers natin. Maraming kabataan ngayon ang mahusay gumawa ng content. So hanapin natin sila, i-train pa natin, bigyan ng perspective, and collaborate with them in creating content. Maybe yung ating citizen journalist ay pwedeng itap natin or campus journalists. Okay. And then metrics, nabanggit naman kanina sa engagement, yung mga indicators para malaman natin kung successful o hindi yung ating campaign or content execution. Okay? So yun isang halimbawa ng simple na content plan. And then overall, malinaw na sa atin dapat yung objectives ng ating communication efforts. Usually, ito dapat ay nagsisilbi sa mga hangarin ng ating kampanya or ng advocacy. So dapat clear yan doon sa ating objectives. Okay? At ano ang gusto nating ma-achieve to serve the purposes of our cause or like climate action. Okay? So in other words, we appreciate content in the context of a campaign. Hindi lang isang bagsak, kundi mayroong strategic or may long-term na halaga yung mga ginagawa nating post or content dahil ito ay nagsisilbing bahagi ng tools or nagko-connect sa ating audience. Okay. I think that's it. I invite you to visit and like or follow our pages, fight.ph, and on Facebook, fight.ph on Instagram, fight_ph on Twitter, and simply fight. Look for fight on YouTube. Maraming salamat. I hope you'll persevere in your fight against climate change through climate action.
Okay, so thank you so much, Sir Voltaire Tupas. Indeed, journalism really tells the stories of those within the community. And better na when what we see personally to those communities, it can be shared to social media. And as you said, advocates like for climate change. And we do this na may appeal sa mga kababayan natin.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. May we now call on our panelists for this talk, Gia and Harry. Please introduce yourselves before asking your question.
Good morning, sir. Voltaire, I'm very glad that you are here po. And I'll introduce po myself po muna. I'm Gia Martin from Quirino Youth Initiative, and I am with Harry Corpus to ask you regarding what you've mentioned a while ago, the content making aspect of being climate change advocates, and also fighting against climate change. So, mauuna po muna si Harry magtanong.
Okay. Hi, Harry.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Gia.
Good morning, po. So my question is, there are still a lot of people who take the climate crisis issue lightly and tend to not think of it as big of a problem compared to other social issues, despite already feeling its effects. So how do we persuade others to take it more seriously and that we need to take urgent action in this matter? Because it seems like there's no hope for these people kasi nga parang nararamdaman na nila and yet they deny it. So how would we persuade them?
Alam mo, kung nasa community tayo, actually parang hindi na nila dinideny. Perhaps hindi pa malinaw yung mga konsepto ng climate change at iba pang mga facts, figures at mga analysis kaugnay sa climate change. Pero alam nila, ramdam nila, they get it. Like parang dito sa Leyte. Bagamat hindi familiar before yung storm surge, concept ng storm surge. Pero naranasan nila, naramdaman nila. So anong role natin is to popularize yung mga concepts na ito, mga pagsusuring ito, at ilapat natin sa kanilang karanasan. Let's build on their experience. I think yun yung number one, kasi mas authentic yung ganon at mas may empathy at mas relevant sa kanilang karanasan. So yun yung unang consideration when we do advocacy. In other words, kung ikaw ay may proposal sa isang funder or mayroon kang research na isinabmit sa UN or naging bahagi ka ng conferences like COP26 sa Glasgow, hindi kung ano ang narinig mo doon, ano ang kanilang language doon, hindi yun yung ibibigay mo doon sa community. Kailangan mong i-brainstorm with your team, paano mo itatranslate yun in such a way na maintindihan nila. It takes a process to do that, a creative process, also a perspective to guide your content creation or your efforts to roll out campaigns na relevant sa climate action. So, kailangang pagdaanan nyo yung ganong proseso. Hindi siya mabilisan. Kailangan mong pag-isipan kung paano gagawin at dapat yun ay tested dapat doon sa community, yung inyong content. Alam mong ito ay epektibo sa kanila. So in other words, kung radio yung malakas sa community, then adapt to that situation and then harness that opportunity. Kung mayroon silang access sa internet, sa Facebook, nasa TikTok, edi pumunta ka kung nasaan sila. And then you can be inspired by the forms na acceptable or popular doon sa platforms na ito. Ang kaibahan lang ay yung substance ng iyong sinasabi. Hindi mo i-duplicate yung basurang perspective. Kahit mukhang cheap or mukhang jologs para sa iba yung forma. Pero kung yun ang epektibo sa audience, then use it and then add value to it. By value, I mean yung perspective, yung analysis, but presented in simple terms or in a simple language. Understandable na language.
Thank you po, sir.
Okay, sir. So for our second question naman po, it's also connected po actually sa first question. But today, for my question po, I've noticed po kasi that the climate crisis is not really taken seriously and oftentimes, disregarded by youth in places such like in rural areas. In fact, sir, we don't really have Greta Thunberg na figure sa Pilipinas from which the youth can really can really use as a figurehead na maging model po nila. But then, siguro po sir, in your opinion, how can teenagers po from provinces, specifically in us in Quirino, that's not really tech city or doesn't really have much experience in content making, help to advocate po against climate change or at least mainstream on our provincial level this type of content making activities? Perhaps, sir, do you coordinate, sir, with the government organizations or are there mechanisms for you to be inclusive to more young people?
Ayan. Actually, maaring may perception tayo na yung mga kabataan ngayon ay hindi, kunyari sa Quirino, hindi ganon yung pagiging prolific sa content creation. Pero hindi sila ganon in the sense na organize yung efforts. Pero alam natin na yung mga kabataan gagawa yan ng content. Ting left and right, tingnan mo sa stream ng Facebook mo or TikTok, hindi yan nauubusan ng content. Halos araw-araw, oras-oras, konting kibot, konting galaw, mayroong content. Diba? So, let's start from there. And then look for these people, these talented people. Ang daming, sa DNA na ng generation ninyo yung content creation eh. It's just a matter of organizing them. And i-redirect mo yung kanilang, i-rechannel mo yung energy nila sa mga meaningful initiatives like yours. So that's one. And that means you have to organize. Kung organize na kayo, hanapin kung sino sa kanyo ang may ganong talent. And then, isama nyo sa programming ninyo. Dapat may system, may workflow, at may consistency. Ganyan. And then, in terms ng networks, ang daming networks na pwede nyong pasukan. Yung SK, kung dati ay ang kanilang projects lang ay basketball or ano yung ngayon mayroon ng mga palugaw, etc. Dagdagan nyo ng value yung mga ganong interest nila. Relief, mahilig mag-relief ang mga barangay. So pasukan nyo yung relief. And then i-elevate nyo sa hindi lang project, program, may mga programs naman kayo. So halimbawa, kung dati na nagbibigay lang kayo ng dilata, ngayon comprehensive na yung inyong program. Mayroon na kayong preparedness efforts, may disaster preparedness efforts, mayroon kayong response efforts which include relief operations. Meron din kayong resilient or recovery efforts. So ibig sabihin, na bahagi na ng plano nyo end to end. Talaga may framework kayo, it's disaster risk reduction, yung inyong framework ng inyong interventions. And across those interventions, dapat clear sa inyo yung components. Ito yung campaign for that, ito yung projects for that, ito yung content for that, ito yung fundraising efforts for that, ito yung kung may socio-econ kayo for that, ito yung kung mayroon pa kayong kaya niyo mag-build ng concrete projects o di-integrate nyo. So, part yun ng inyong planning na. At pasukin nyo yung mga opportunities for engagement ng kabataan. So SK, NGOs, napaka-active ng mga sa experience ko, yung mga NASA, yung SAC, Social Action Centers, bang tawag dyan, ng mga simbahan. Um,
Sir Voltaire, I think your microphone po is turned off.
okay. Anong last na narinig nyo sa akin? Anong last na sinabi ko na narinig nyo? Para
Sa
hindi ko
your
na ulit.
organizations po sa MASA or NASA po ata yun?
Okay, yun. Di ano nyo, ipasukin nyo, penetrate these organizations na may that allow youth engagement. Pero sa mas mataas na level ng advocacy or with regard to climate change, better kung mag-demand kayo mismo sa inyong barangay hanggang sa munisipyo, maybe through your SK or your representatives sa development councils, na lumahok kayo sa planning. For instance, may mga checklist yan ngayon kung paano ka pwede mong sabihin climate resilient ka, policy-wise. Pwedeng sabihin natin, nagko-comply ba sila sa solid waste management policies? Tingnan nyo yung implementation niyan ng batas. Simpleng segregation. That's one. Or two, mayroon ba kayong land use plan or disaster plan na pwedeng sundin? Pwede nyo i-demand yan or tulungan nyo yung inyong munisipyo or barangay na mag-create ng ganong plano. Simple lang naman yon. Mapping. I-map nyo yung inyong barangay. Anong mga bahay yung mas resilient kung may bagyo so that pwede sila mag-adapt ng ilang mga members ng community na pwedeng makisilong kung may bagyo. Or ano pa, pwede rin kayong makipag-ugnayan sa mga agencies na kaugnay sa information dissemination para tulungan sila mag-create ng mga graphics dahil alam naman natin ang quality ng mga graphics ng maraming LGUs. So make it more friendly sa communities. So all these opportunities, hanapin nyo, i-map nyo. Saan tayo pwedeng pumasok at makatulong or mag-intervene. Okay.
Thank you po, sir, for that wonderful insight. Kasi po, as a youth po, parang likely po talaga sa amin na isipin na wala kasi talagang opportunity. But given na yung sinabi niyo nga po, may mga concrete plans pa rin talaga. Yun nga lang, hindi lang po siya natatap in ng kung sino mang pwedeng mag-lead. So hopefully po, QYI will spearhead those type of projects in the future. Thank you po, sir.
You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just find these opportunities and enhance them, add value. Most likely sa information side, kung anong kaya ng inyong powers as youth leaders or young members of our communities. Mag-graphics kayo, creative means, information dissemination, etc.
And once again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much, Sir Voltaire Tupas, and we wish you a happy birthday. Thank you for spending your birthday with us, Paul. So as a token of our
appreciation, it's a meaningful birthday.
We present to you this certificate of appreciation.
Okay.
So let me read what is written in the certificate. First, SEDPI and QYI Youth Development Webinar, Youth Development Series. The certificate of participation is hereby given to Mr. Voltaire Tupas for actively participating in the Youth Development Series held on November 27, 2021 at 8:30 to 12 noon via Zoom Cloud Meeting and Facebook Live. Signed, Gia Carla Martin, Externals Committee member of Quirino Youth Initiative, and Sir Vince Rapisura, co-founder and president of SEDPI Group of Social Enterprises. Once again, happy birthday po, Mr. Voltaire. Thank you so much for spending some time. This is a very special day for you, and we wish you the best po talaga. Thank you so much po, sir.
Maraming salamat din and Godspeed.
Thank you po.
Thank you po, sir.
So, guys, practical management of money is indeed a real and great challenge, especially to those who are in the adulting stage or the young adults. I would consider myself as young adults. So now that we're living in a world ruled by capitalism, practicality is really hard to achieve. Now, some of you may be familiar with our next speaker because he is a Quirinian himself. To give us the last talk for today is the president of the SEDPI Group of Social Enterprises. And not only has he been a professor in Ateneo de Manila University for the past 18 years, he is also considered a financial guru, and he creates online content that makes financial concepts simple and understandable for us Filipinos. Let us all welcome Mr. Mariel Vincent Rapisura, or Sir Vince, with a warm round of virtual applause.
Ayan, hello po sa inyo lahat. Naimbag nga aldaw yung amin ay naapo. Pangaldawen, di ba? Ngem, agyaman nakta no, out of the manutatay, umabot tayo 1982 Zoom tatay Ngem, adapay nagbati nga 41. So agyaman nakapo ta. Nagbati kayo pa. Anyway, pwede naman pong panoorin itong ating training, no? Itong ating webinar na gagawin ngayon. So ika-cut po natin ito into bite size para ma-upload po natin ulit, and you will be able to view all of this at your convenience. So right now, I'll be talking about financial literacy for high school students. At ang mga titignan po natin dito, ano ba yung mga tips natin para sa mga high school na katulad ninyo, no? Naku, napakabata pa. Naluloko nga ako sa sinasabi ni Juris kanina, no? 18 years na siya nagtuturo sa Ateneo. Diyos ko, ilang taon na ba ako? Tingnan natin mamaya, no? At I'll be also teaching you practical actions you can do now to prepare for adulting. Pero tapno si tayo kit makariing. Tingnan nyo ha, talaga siya agpaypayso nga Ilocano, taamok ag Ilocano. Ang dagi duma nga Ilocano ko na dangim handamit ammo agsao, di ba? Ayan, anyway. Sige, mag-pop quiz muna tayo. Ilang taon na ba ako? Okay, pakilagay naman sa inyong comment section kung ilang taon na ako sa tingin ninyo. May mga clues kayong nakuha kanina. At yung makakasagot po ng tama ay makakakuha ng isang signed copy ng aking libro. Ang pangalan ay Learning Wealth, Successful Strategies in Money Management. Ayan, with sign, no? With sign yung ibibigay ko sa inyo. And yung mananalo dyan ay kukunin natin mamaya na magko-coordinate yung SEDPI team para maipadala sa inyong bahay, ang librong yan. Nako, adutim sursuruan nyo dito, kasano agpabaknang, kasano agbalin nga nasingpit nga anak, asjay. Hindi, joke lang po, Ayun, anyway, pero kidding aside, meron pong prize po talaga yan mamaya. So, ayan, wow, talaga naman, may naglagay 26 in fairness. Nako, bigyan na yan agad. Bigyan na yan agad. Anyway, so, pag titignan natin kapag tayo ay nasa senior high school na or pagkatapos ng high school natin siguro, ano ba yung magiging buhay natin after high school? At ano ba yung susunod na titignan natin? Ako ba ay pupunta sa college? Mag-aaral ba ako for college? Ako ba ay magtatrabaho na? Kasi alam ko yan, may mga kaklase ako noon, high school, na after ng ako dati parang alam ko pagkatapos mo ng high school automatic magka-college ka, pero napaka-privileged pala ng ganong pananaw, hindi pala lahat ay ganon yung patutunguhan ng buhay kasi hindi lahat ay financially capable to do it. Free na ang tuition fee sa state universities natin, pero number one, kulang naman ang state universities, hindi niya kaya lahat. Number two, free ang tuition, paano yung living allowance, di ba? So yung iba, magtrabaho kaya muna ako. 'Di ba? Itong mga pinag-iisipan lalo na kapag nasa senior high school tayo. Ako ba ay makakakuha ng trabaho? Diyos ko, gagraduate na ako ng high school. And I will be having more responsibilities soon. So kailangan kong kumita. Makakapagtrabaho kaya ako? Or magtatayo ba ako ng business ko? Ano ba yung susunod? And ang lagi nating tinatanong, nakaka-pressure na tanong actually, will I be successful? Ano bang Ilocano ng successful? Naku, nakalimutan ko. Naglastugak pa yan, bagak nga alaing Ilocano. Ako ba ay magiging successful? Ayan, di ba? Pero tanong talaga natin yan lahat. Pero ang pinaka-importanteng tanong, lalo na sa mga graduating na senior high school students natin, will I see my friends and classmates again, 'di ba? Makikita ko ano na natin, ay kayo parang hindi nyo talaga nakita, no? Puro online, kawawa naman in the last 2 years, ganyan talaga tayo. But the real question that I want to answer with this training is, what can I do now to survive adulting, 'di ba? Dito tawag dakit lumakalakay ken bumakbakit tayo met amin, 'di ba? Once upon a time ay katulad nyo rin po ako, no, na bata, pero tignan nyo ako ngayon gurang na, 'di ba? So meron akong dinevelop na financial life stages. No? Yung financial life stages, nandito kayo usually no, sa pre-startup stage, less than 21 years old yan. Kapag tayo naman po ay 21 to 22 years old na, no, yan, no, nasa startup phase tayo. Yung mga nakikinig siguro na mga kabataan pa rin, ano, ay nandito tayo sa independence and growth. Up to 30 years old kasi ang definition na ginawa ng Quirino Youth Initiative na nakabataan. So hanggang financial growth stage ay mako-cover tayo. Pero mostly ata ng mga participants natin ngayon ay nandito sa pre-startup stage, which is less than 21 years old. Usually nasa high school tayo o kaya tayo ay nasa college, ano? So, yun yung ano natin. So, ano ba yung mga money tips ko for young adults like you? Okay. So, itong money tips ko na ito ay, baka isipin ninyo, ay, kasano nga tati agpabaknang, ano? At parang practical na specific yung mga ituturo natin. Pero magugulat kayo doon sa mga tips ko because these are parang mga pagtitignan natin, mga words of wisdom, no? Kasi kailangan muna na mag-galvanize natin, malalim yung pundasyon natin in terms of our personhood, no, sa pagkakakilala natin sa sarili natin before we go towards that being rich or being wealthy. Doon natin siya madidiscover. So ang unang-una kong tip sa inyo ay embrace who you are. O, dapat am-among tibagbagan. No? Di ba? Ganun yung sabi sa atin sa Ilocano. Dapat alam natin kung sino tayo at niyayakap natin kung sino tayo. Ayan. So, tingnan nga natin kung gising pa, no? Yung mga sumasagot kanina, no? So, how old is Sir Vince? Ayan. Okay. Sabi ni Neil ay 40 with respect. 43 sabi ni Danielle. 43 sabi ni Juris with respect. Sabi ni Nigel 38, 35, 34. So, may isang panelist nagsabi pa na 20. Grabe naman. Ayun. So, irarandom ko kung sino yung mananalo. Yun na lang nahuli. Ayan. Si Daniel, Sign Paligutan. Ayan, no? Tama, no? Ako ay 43 years old. Ayan, no? So 43 years old po ako, ano? At so ayan, nanalo ka. Daniel, nung nababasa ko, Daniel, ng aking libro. So we will get in touch with you later on how you would be able to get a copy of my book. Ipapadala natin yan kung saan ka man. Curious ako, Daniel, kung saan school ka, no? Saan school ka. Okay, akala nyo yun lang, no? Silang ipapamigay natin. Meron pa. Okay, ito naman ang aking second question para sa second winner ng ating libro ulit, no? What was my school in elementary and high school? Sige nga, ilagay nyo nga kung ano. Ayoko ng ano yung aking school nung ako ay nasa elementary and high school. O, iklo na yan, amok agilocano. Tapos kung na ni Juris Tatay, agapu ak Quirino. Ay manulang mit siguro, ti eskwelaan ni Quirino aya. O, kita nyo, no, ay tagaya na akta. Ay school at bibigyan natin ulit ng libro, okay? Pakilagay din po yung mga sumasagot sa Facebook, baka merong sumasagot sa Facebook ay sayang naman, ano? At titingnan natin mamaya, so you still have time to answer the question, no? So just to give you a background of myself, so bago ako naging naging 43 years old, madami naman akong mga pinagdaanan pa, no? At just to give you a background of myself, I was given an Entrepreneur of the Year award ng Ernst & Young noong 2012. Ang nagwagi po niyan ay isang Ayala, no? Yung talagang naging winner, finalist kami. Kumbaga sa Miss Universe ay top 10, ganyan, ano? Pero happy na kasi syempre naman, Entrepreneur of the Year na yan ng buong Pilipinas, ano? And then we also received an award from the PricewaterhouseCoopers in 2015, binigyan kami ng special award on being a social enterprise. Ako din po ay isang advocate for cooperativism. So ang National Confederation of Cooperatives, binigyan din tayo ng parangal on how we promote cooperativism in the Philippines. No? And in 2019, I was given a service award by the Ateneo de Manila. Nung same year din po ay binigyan tayo ng Social Security System, a government agency, Balikat ng Bayan Award. Tapos noong 2020, meron po tayong special citation mula sa Pag-ibig Fund. This is also a government agency. At ang pinaka-makaka-relate kayo na award ko ngayon, meron tayo noong 2021. Ito, makikita nyo ngayon dito. 2021 na Silver Button Award. Ayan, yan po ang ating pinaka-latest na award. No? Yan ang aking pinaka-least meaningful na award, really. Okay. Ano yan, But before all that, sa totoo lang, no, I was also young like you, no? Naging bata rin naman ako katulad ninyo, no? And mag-throwback muna tayo. Ano bang nangyari sa akin, Just to give you an idea. Parang bago yung mga awards na yan, bago yung mga success na yan, ay ano ba yung aking background, okay? So I celebrated my first birthday noong 1979. So that's me, no? Makikita niyo po yung bote ng Royal ay ganyan pa no, hindi pa mga pet bottle dati, nasa glass pa, no? And ito na po yung clue kung saan ako nag-aral, makikita ninyo, no? This is our class picture when we were in grade 1, okay? At hulaan niyo nga kung nasaan ako diyan. Sige nga, oh. Okay, di ba? Ang cute-cute, di ba? Throwback picture talaga. Piniprint pa yung pictures namin dati. No? Alam ko ngayon sa inyo ay talagang digital na, no? So, nasaan ako dito sa picture na ito? Ha? Anong kulay ng aking shirt? Sige nga, tignan nyo. Tignan ko kung makita ninyo dyan. Okay. Ayan, no? Ayan ako. Ayan, naka-Mighty Kid na t-shirt, Tapos, ayun, so, sagutin na natin, what was my school in elementary and high school? May mga nagsabi, St. Mary's Academy. Si Neil, sabi niya St. Mary's Academy din. Sabi ni Ashley, Our Lady of Fatima School sa Villaverde daw. Yung isa naman sabi ay ISU Main Campus, Isabela State University Main Campus daw. Oo. Pero ako po ay graduate elementary and high school sa St. Vincent School, no? St. Vincent School sa Madela, Quirino. Ayan. So, ang winner po natin ay si Jaymar N. Asuncion. So, you will get a copy of my book. Isa-sign natin yan for you, Jaymar. Ayan. Okay, so, ayan, So, this is me when I was in grade 1 at makikita niyo na talaga diyan may mo-observe na kayo. Lahat sila nakatayo ng ganyan. Pero ako nasa gitna talaga ng picture. Tapos makikita niyo pa nakatagilid, bali ang aking leeg, di ba? Oh, may clue na kayo agad, di ba? Because we're talking about embracing yourself nga, di ba? And there's another fun picture here, So this is my first drink with my papa. So I was, this one, I think I was about 8 years old. Tapos yung tatay ko ay kaedad ko siguro ngayon, mga nasa 43 or 45 years old siya dyan. Okay, and makikita nyo ulit, Ito naman, ano naman yung kakaiba sa picture na yan? Tingnan nyo yung aking kamay. Oh, di ba? Tingnan nyo yung aking kamay, aba. Pumipilantik na, Talagang hindi makakaila, di ba? Mukhang bata pa at may mga clue na tayo talaga kung sino ako at ano ako at ano ang naging epekto nito sa pagkatao ko ngayon, di ba? After that, I was also assisting in the family business. So ito po ay picture ulit sa St. Vincent School po ulit yan. Every quarter pa dati grading period kami na nabibigyan ng mga award. But I remember this is a graduation picture. And this is also ito yung graduation picture naman noong high school na, katabi ako ng lolo, ni mama, ganyan. Ang dami-daming medals, kung ano-anong mga medals. Pero ito yung interesting dito, sa titingnan natin. Sa susunod na picture na to makikita ninyo ay madilim na nakaraan talaga at kinalimutan ko na siya, Kasi noon pong 4th year high school, ako po ay corps commander. Would you believe that? Corps commander ako noon, no? So there were signs already na, uy, kakaiba siya, no? He's not the typical lalaki as we know it. Pero kaya palang mag-corps commander, no? Tapos, uy, nag-honor-honor din naman, di ba? And I really credit St. Vincent School for that, ano? Kasi it allowed us to be who we are, at pero it encouraged the best to come out of us no matter who we are, 'di ba? Walang panghuhusga, 'di ba? Ganyan. Parang madaming alam na 'yun na pumipilantik yung ang aking kamay noon, ganyan, at niloloko talaga ako, 'di ba? The experience ko 'yan, nabubuli ako diyan. Nasusulatan ako sa blackboard, sinusulat yung yung pangalan ko. Ang pangalan ko kasi outside of Quirino province ay Sir Vince. Pero diyan po sa Manila, Quirino, ang pangalan ko ay Maying. Ayan. Wala pong tatawag niyan sa aking iba, kundi mga taga-Kailian lang. No? At hindi pwedeng tumawag ang iba sa akin kung hindi ko Kailian ng Maying, di ba? But yun, and I really credit St. Vincent for that, for allowing us to blossom, na hindi siya nagpakulong sa kung ano yung dinidikta ng society, at naging open siya, and that's what I'm really very thankful for. Kahit na you would think, diba, it's coming from a Catholic school, ganyan, napaka-strict. Of course, we know may mga restrictions, ganyan, pero it was never on your face, at least in my experience, na pinigilan ako kung sino talaga ako, no? Ayan. And in college, I was a part of the Ateneo Student Catholic Action, no? And like many of you, so di ba ngayon daming mga problema talaga, yun yung napag-usapan natin kanina with Dr. RJ, di ba? Like many of you, I also felt awkward, di ba? Parang naloloka ako, oh my God, yung mga yung mga basketball team captain, yung mga ganyan. Aba, nasa likod ko kapag ROTC yung pinag-uusapan, di ba? And I felt awkward about that because I felt like I didn't deserve to be at that position dahil nga I wasn't quote-unquote man enough, no? Doon sa measure ng society before. Pero ano yun parang pinush din talaga ng school na hindi, hindi yan yung sukatan ng pagiging lalaki, di ba? There's more to that, okay? And yun, like many of you, may mga nagsa-struggle din sa sexuality, no? And when I mean by sexuality is not just by ako ba ay bakla, ako ba ay tomboy, ako ba ay transgender, pero struggle din yung sa sexuality na anong nangyayaring pagbabago sa katawan ko? Bakit ko may boobs na ngayon? Or bakit ko nararamdaman itong mga bagay na to? Dapat na ba akong magtapat sa sa nararamdaman ko sa aking crush or something? These are all struggles that adolescents face, And like you, I also wondered how my life would be like, Parang Diyos ko, parang akala ko ang Mandela noon ay ang laki-laki na, no? Kasi that was our world. So nung paglabas ng high school at napunta na sa university, parang oh my God, ang mas malaki pa pala, no? And I thought I wasn't ready for it, 'di ba? Pero again, very thankful to the Diocese of Bayambong for establishing the school, yung sa school natin. Kasi I think yung raw material to be successful ay naitanim doon Parang sa totoo lang, 'di ba? When you go, pag pumunta ka ng Ateneo, UP, LaSalle, ganyan, it's not because magagaling yung teachers ng UP, Ateneo, LaSalle. Well, most are, pero actually nasa student selectivity din 'yon. Ibig sabihin, yung mga pinili nilang pumunta sa mga schools na yan ay already cream of the crop. Kaya ang expected ay sila yung tataas din, So, why I'm saying that is because like you, ay hinubog din ako sa probinsya. Hinubog din ako ng mga kinakain nating pinakbet dyan, mga diningding. Hinubog din ako ng mga bagyo na naranasan natin dyan, di ba? At we share the same experience, kumbaga, And what I'm pointing at is, if I'm able to achieve this, this modest achievement that I have right now, kasi alam ko po, hindi lang ako yung nakaka-achieve na to. Marami pang mas matataas sa akin. And we can strive for that, or we can strive to be who we are, kung sino tayo. Ayan, di ba? So, in embracing yourself, ano bang relasyon niyan sa pera, So, accepting your self, no? Accepting and loving yourself. Ano ba ang kinalaman niyan sa pera? Okay, sasabihin niyo siguro, anong tagbagbaga na dito yung embrace yourself. Ano, awamit ti, panggip na ti kwarta. Ayan, Diyos ko, nabubuhol ang aking dila. Kailangan ko mag-practice ng Ilocano. Anyway, when you do accept and love yourself, you have happiness and peace. And having happiness and peace is actually the ultimate definition of being wealthy. No amount of money can buy you happiness and peace. Kaya ako sinasabi na doon pa lang, that is already one dimension of being rich, no? Marami po ang mga duty kwartada na baknangda. And I've experienced that in 2016. That was the height of our financial success. We had about 370 million pesos in total resources. Pero in 2016, that was also my most difficult time in my life. I was clinically diagnosed as depressed at that time. Kasi nga, doon ko na-realize na, ay, grabe na, nagbak ng kagayam, aduti responsibilidad mo, amin, panunutim, hanggang makaturog, ganun, ano? So, kaya sinasabi ko na accepting and loving yourself is a step closer, no, to being rich. And that will guide you in your money management, no? Because when you know what makes you happy and what is peaceful to you, it will help you set your priorities in life. At ako ang na-realize ko na priority ko pala ay hindi pala pera, no? Ang pera pala ay tool lamang yan. But it's not the only tool. There are also other tools. At ang sabi ko, mas importante sa akin, ang relationships, no? My family, my friends. Mas importante yon kaysa sa material na bagay. It sounds too cliche, I know. I've been there. Katulad ko, ganyan din na. When bagbagang tekastata, adot ikwartamon. Di ba? Ganun yung sinasabi niyo, nasa isip ninyo ngayon. Pero, I'd like you to take this with a grain of salt, no? Coming from someone who was also once like you. Okay? At kapag kilala kasi natin ang ating sarili, hindi na tayo mapapagastos to prove yourself to others, right? O for example ako, hindi ko tinanggap ang aking pagiging LGBTQI+, no? I didn't accept my gayness. Hindi ko yun niyakap. Baka ngayon po ay meron akong patago na minemaintain na boyfriend, tapos meron akong out in the open na girlfriend. Aba, dalawa yung minemaintain ko noon, isang boyfriend, isang girlfriend, magastos, di ba? Because I need to prove myself. And that goes with straight people also, ha? Pinapatunayan niya na macho siya. Aba, edi tatlo ang kanyang girlfriend din, di ba? Ganyan yung chika niya. Magastos, di ba? Pero pag kilala mo ang sarili mo, and you know what makes you happy, what makes you sleep soundly at night, hindi mo kailangang gumastos, di ba? Okay, that's my number 1, no? Number 2 is make a plan. Gumawa talaga tayo dapat ng plano. Uy, talaga ako dyan, nung nasa Quirino pa dyan, mahilig talaga ako na mag-dream kung ano yung magiging ko paglaki ko, no, ganyan. And I'm really, really thankful na the way that I was able to resolve my depression in 2016 was asking the question, what would you tell your old self? And that relates to planning, di ba? Kasi nagpaplano ako dati, tapos na-depress ako, and then when I asked my old self, no, the question, how are you, no, ganyan. Anong sasabihin mo sa old self mo? I told myself na, huy, yung mga meron ka nga ngayon, yung mga tinatamasa mo ngayon, ni sa panaginip ay hindi mo yan na-dream when you were young. So be thankful for what you have, di ba? Slow down. Life is not a race. It's a journey, di ba? So pat yourself at the back. Don't be too hard on yourself. Who are you competing with? Yun yung naging realization ko, no? So you have to make a plan, pero kapag na-achieve mo yung plan mo na yan, kasi the tendency is, pag nakuha mo na yung objective mo, di ba? More, ganyan, no? That's the tendency. Pero you also have to set limits. And that goes back to the number 1. You have to know yourself. Ayan, no? Pakitag naman ang inyong mga friends, dagitagagayim mo yun, no? Kaya't yung isuda nga matuto about money management, ano? The next one, if you visualize your future, i-imagine nyo yan, no? Because when you are able to visualize your future, you are closer to reality. And start your future today. Kasi yung future mo, hindi naman yan magigising ka na lang at yun ka na, di ba? You have to make small steps. So, like for example, ako ngayon, siguro yung iba nagpa-follow sa akin sa Facebook, nababasa yung ibang mga articles ko online, mga ganyan, ano? Pero hindi naman yun nagsimula na gumising na lang ako, oy, I'm a vlogger, oy, I'm a writer, oy, I'm a social entrepreneur. It didn't happen that way. It started when I was like you, very young, ano? Naalala ko pa yan. Sumursuruta kadagiti padi tayo nga apan ag mission kunada dayta ide mission. So magpupunta kami at magmimisa sa doon sa mga liblib na lugar sa nagtipunan ganyan, no? And that already contributed to my social consciousness at a very young age, no? Na ay narigrigat gayam tibiyagda ijay adayo pay jayan tayo, 'di ba? Kasi yung Mandela is already adayo, 'di ba? And yun, tapos yung mga pagsusulat ko for example, hindi yan pag once nagising ako at boom, may libro na agad. Hindi eh. Na-practice yan sa mga assignments na binigay ng mga teacher natin, sa pagsusulat. At yun yung ibig kong sabihin, yung start your future today. Because you have to build on it, di ba? So ang goal talaga natin when we make a plan is tatanungin natin yung ating sarili, no? What makes you happy? Ano ba ang nakakapagpasaya sa'yo? Pera ba? Yung jowa mo ba? O, sorry, baka bawal pa pala mag-boyfriend, girlfriend, ano, ganyan. Pero sasagutin mo dapat yan. And the sooner that you are able to answer this question, then the sooner that you will gain wealth. Okay? Avoid fear of missing out. YOLO, you only live once is good, but you always balance that with YAGO. You also grow old. Okay? So, di ba, marami, kasi kapag bata ka, carefree ka talaga eh. Pero, hindi natin alam na, we're taking too much risks and we're not looking at the future. Kailangan din i-balance natin then with YAGO. You also grow old. Ayan, no? So, ayan. So, number 3 natin, keep on learning. Ayan. So, build your knowledge, hone your skills, and widen your network. Alam niyo ba ang nakakatawa niyan? Yung mga katabi, yung mga ka-online ninyo, at saka yung mga classmates niyo, mga kabarkada niyo diyan, ano, ay dati mga loko-loko na napi-principal's office, dagita agbut-buteg pa, di ba? Ang kalkaling itan tayo dita sa ilalim ng araw, ganyan. Once after 10 years, 15 years, they will be doctors, nurses, lawyers, baka maging mayor pa nga natin. Oo nga, yung si Manong Remel, mayor ng Mandela, ay manong namin yan, di ba? Tayo yun eh, magiging ganyan. So, you have to widen your network. Don't take relationship for granted. Ano? So yun, hone your skills, build your knowledge, and widen your network. Tapos, as early as now, i-control na natin yung spending, di ba? Kasi ang pinaka-maganda talaga na foundation ng money management is being able to save. And lalo na ngayon, kayo mga kabataan, ay wala naman kayo pang mga source of income. No? Most of you wala pang source of income. Pero meron kayong allowance. If you can control your allowance at a very young age, mas madali mo na yang makokontrol when you grow old, di ba? Kaya ngayon pa lang, pag-aralan nyo na how to control spending. And then, learn how to earn. Ako, alala ko yan eh. Kami sa bahay namin, sila mama, as early as grade 5, grade 3, naglalako ako ng ice candy, ice drop sa harap ng St. Vincent Parish every may Sunday noon for our mission month. Nagbebenta kami niyan para yung kikitain namin ay ibibigay namin pang-donate kay Father Marcelo Caers dati. Tapos grade 2 kami noon pero yung mga grade 6 pag pinagganyan-ganyan talo pa namin kasi nga siniseryoso namin siya eh. And that's what I say when I say start your future today. Yung mga ginagawa nyo ngayon sa totoo lang, these are building blocks of your personality, your personhood when you grow old. Okay? So learn how to earn, pag-aralan nyo na ngayon, mag-side job kayo, mag-volunteer kayo, on-the-job training kung ano man, pakialam sa negosyo ni mami o ano bang ginagawa ni daddy at mama at papa sa trabaho, di ba? And then you also have to learn about time value of money because time is literally gold. Okay? Ako hindi naman lumaki po yung aming resources. Ganun ulit na paggising mo, mayaman ka na. Hindi eh. Meron kang money, tapos dahil nauna ka na kumita than your peers, no, compared to my peers before, and I invested that, lumaki siya ng lumaki because of the power of compounding, no? And yun literally gold siya because nauna na nag-save, tapos nag-earn na siya nag-earn, and it became bigger, 'di ba? Pero kung dinelay ko 'yan, no, I started later in life, then I missed that quote-unquote golden opportunity, 'di ba? So ano yung mga action points natin? Ang action points natin para sa inyo, number 1 is to open a bank account. Actually, alam niyo po, ang una kong bank account dyan ay sa it's a kiddie savings account with Madela Peanut Planters Cooperative. Nagsara na siya ngayon. Ang pangalawa kong bank account ay sa Rural Bank of Madela, no? At ang ginagawa ko noon, yung mga nakukuha ko na aginaldo sa mga ninong-ninang, sinesave ko doon. Hindi naman ako inutusan nila mama, pero gusto ko talaga nagse-save, ano? I like the idea of having money, no? Ayun. Then track household expenses. Makialam na kayo sa bahay, no? Gaano kalaki yung ginagastos niyo sa bahay, because sooner or later you will also take care of those on your own. So might as well na aralin niyo na ngayon para pag lumaki kayo, hindi na kayo magkakagulatan, no? Doon sa mga nasa senior high school, apply na ng BIR, SSS, Pag-ibig, and PhilHealth. Tapos, learn how money works, no? Sorry, hindi yan many. Naku, kaninang gabi ko lang yan, sounds like na M-O-N-E-Y. You see, I also make mistakes, di ba? Oh my God, nakakahiya. Ayun. Become a volunteer or an apprentice, okay? Learn on the job and try a side hustle, okay? So, make your dreams come true. Ganyan. Parang paniwalaan mo yon, because what you tell yourself will be prophetic. Nagiging self-prophecies yan eh. So kung every morning, tinitignan mo yung sarili mo sa mirror at ang sinasabi mo, gwapo nito bait nito you will become that person. Because yun yung na-create na idea sa'yo eh. Pero kung in the morning, every morning pag nakikita mo, ay, nagpangit-mit dito yan, ay, naabak man ay, di ba? Nako, yung outlook mo rin sa buhay will not be as good. Okay? And with that, ano nang may na-achieve natin? Oh, I already have a comfortable life. This is our house here in Cainta, no? But choose your happiness, no? Ako, yung bahay nga na to, ngayon na meron kami nito, parang naiisip namin, ay, parang mas maganda pala na we can have a smaller house, ano? Ganyan. Choose your happiness. And we are free, no? To choose whatever happiness that suits us, di ba? Yung kaligayahan ng iba ay baka pwedeng hindi kaligayahan mo. Iba-iba tayo niyan. So ganun din yung kayamanan, no? In the way that we should understand it. At ang kayamanan ko po talaga ay ang aking pamilya. So super spoiled yung family ko sa akin. Ako na lang po ang nag-iisang Pilipino sa amin. Ang nanay at tatay ko, panganay na kapatid, ay Amerikano. Ang pangalawa at bunsong kapatid ay Australians. Ako po ay ang Pinoy. Pero mind you, ako ang pinakamayaman sa kanila. Yan, nasa likod namin, ang London Bridge, care of Tito Yeng, no? Tito Maying, no? Ang gumastos dyan. Ayan. And I've formulated a mission, no? A mission statement for myself. Maganda na magkaroon kayo din ng ganito, no? That you practices, no? Ang mission statement that I created, no, is to be happy and to be an instrument of happiness. Okay? So, yun talaga eh. Gusto ko na maging masaya, pero ayokong ako lang yung masaya. Gusto ko, yung nakapaligid sa akin ay masaya din, di ba? Ako si Sir Vince, ang high energy, pero mag-aalauna na at wala pang kinakain kahit ano. Anyway, so yan po, maraming salamat at sana itag ninyo yung inyong parents and thank them, no? Don't forget to thank them. Itag nyo sila doon sa comment section, para salamatan nyo sila because without them, no, you will not be able to reach, no, what your dreams in the future. Okay, last na pop quiz natin. Meron pang pahabol, isang book ulit. What's the first financial tip that I mentioned for young adults? O, pakilagay nga sa ating comment section, no? Ano yung first tip natin? So, ano yun, no? Tatlo yun eh. Yung una ay, yung pangalawa ay make a plan. Yung pangatlo ay keep on learning. Ano yung number 1? Ni awan metin to sumungsungbat. Ayan. Okay, sino? Nako, parang wala yatang sasagot, ano? Pero ang number 1 po natin ay accept and embrace who you are. At yung number 2 natin is make a plan. And number 3 is keep on learning. Ayan, no? At ang lagi ko pong sinasabi, ang pagyaman na pag-aaralan at napagtutulungan. Ayan. Okay. So we can maybe perhaps have a very, very, very quick na question and answer portion for this.
Ayan po. So, may we now call on our panelist, Mr. John Hart. Please introduce yourself. Okay.
John Hart?
Mr. John Hart. I think he is busy as of the moment. We'll read na lang po the question from Mr. John Hart. So, his question is, what are the new normal innovations about earn and invest na meron for young adults that we could adopt po during this pandemic, Sir Vince?
Actually, alam mo, hindi naman nagbago yan eh. New normal or old ways or the future, it will still go by. You have to learn how to control your spending and you have to learn how to spend, how to save, ano? Kasi yan talaga yung foundation natin. And bago pa tayo pumunta sa mga investment natin, dapat yaan yung ma-master natin. You know why? Because if you're not able to master controlling spending and you don't know how to save, no matter how big yung income na papasok sa iyo, lalabas at lalabas yan. So kahit anong investment pa yung puntahan mo, kahit anong business pa yung itatayo mo at maging successful ka dyan, you will not sustain it if you don't know how to control spending and if you don't know how to save. And all that will boil down to, yun nga, knowing your happiness, knowing who you are.
Thank you so much, sir. Grabe. Iba talaga kapag si Sir Vince. So, thank you so much, Sir Vince, for gracing us with your presence as well as your knowledge. Talagang ito yung professional knowledge that we really want. And as a token of our appreciation, we present to you the certificate of appreciation. So now we present the certificate of appreciation hereby given to Mr. Mariel Vincent Rapisura, guest speaker, for imparting his valuable insights and inspirations to the young community members across Quirino and students under the Diocese of Bayumbong Educational System during the webinar project entitled Youth Development Series held on November 27, 2021, 8:30 a.m. to 12 noon via Zoom Cloud Meeting and Facebook Live, given this day on November 27 at 8:30 a.m. 12 noon, signed by Gia Carl Martin and John Millicent Blanco. So, ayun po. Hopefully, hopefully we remember all the insights, information, and tips that you have shared with us today. So sadly, that's all the time that we have for now, but we're sure naman that these talks were very substantial and helpful, especially for us youth. And we'd like to know your thoughts, guys. So please answer our evaluation form, which I will be sending here in the chat as of now. So you may see this link in the chat section.
Ayan, okay. And while you're doing your evaluation, let me just give some closing for our program. So ang objective talaga kasi ng program natin is yun nga, to engage the youth in to become productive and socially responsible members of society. And that's the reason why we're doing this youth development series. And we want to provide relevant information on the sociopolitical and socioeconomic situation of the Philippines and support youth development for a sustainable future. So gusto ko lang pong pasalamatan yung mga collaborators natin, no? First with our implementers, of course, ang Quirino Youth Initiative, no? Baptism with fire talaga itong nangyari sa kanila ngayon, pero I think they persevered at well done. Magandang simula para sa programa natin, for this webinar. Of course, we'd also like to thank Ateneo Development Studies Program for agreeing to become our co-implementer with this. Of course, with the SEDPI Group of Social Enterprises. At syempre, hindi rin po natin makakalimutan na pasalamatan ang mga partners natin ang Diocese of Bayombong Education System at ang Sangguniang Kabataan Federation, no, sa Quirino Province, ang Fight Media Company at saka ang Quirino State University. Ay maraming salamat po, no. So yung mga projects po natin dito sa QYI ay of course we would like to do online and on-ground programs. So for the online programs, we're thinking of having more webinars and trainings like this, content generation for social media. Tapos kapag ready na po tayo, malamang po ay magkakaroon tayo ng on-ground activities. Perhaps we can have, say, an environmental cleanup drive, agripreneurship, no? Marami tayong mga lupain, di ba? Ang Quirino nga ay talagang it's the forest heartland of the Philippines. Kaya yan yung ano natin, dapat tatandaan natin yan. And we also like to launch on-the-job trainings and internships with Quirino Youth Initiative. So shout out lang sa mga cuties natin, kay Father Mulong and kay Ma'am Annabel Tacadena ng St. Vincent School at saka ng Diocese of Bayombong Education System, si Sir Hensel Guillermo ng LGU Dipun, sa mga resource speakers natin kay Jayeel, RJ at saka kay Volts, at saka syempre kay ating SK Federation Chair ng Quirino, si Victor. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Ayan. So kami po ay in need of more members sa Quirino Youth Initiative. If you're interested, we can put our link on how you can fill up the form. And kami rin po ay interested na makipag-link up sa mga youth groups in Nueva Vizcaya and Isabela. So if you're using this, seeing this, please reach out to us. Ayan po. So maraming salamat and have a good day.
Indeed, a good day po, Sir Vince. Thank you very much once again. We would like to thank our dear guest speakers po, of course, and most especially our participants for spending your Saturday with us. Pero, guys, before anything else, photo op muna tayo. So everyone, please kindly turn on your cameras so that we would have a memorable webinar. Ayan. So, guys, smile. So for the first speakers muna. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. And then for the next speakers, next slide po. And 1, 2, 3, go. Ayan, so thank you very much, guys. Marion?
Yeah, we hope you enjoyed and learned a lot today. So that concludes our first youth development series. This has been Marian Nakidan.
And this has been Juris De Leon.
Your hosts for today, signing off.
Thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Please register sa QYI. Thank you.